Hello, YouTube. Good to see you all. It's been a little bit, huh? Let me move stuff on my screen so I can see Andaron Saga. How about that? Having slight technical difficulties today. But, you know how it goes. The show must go on. It's been a little while, but I'm really excited to get back to this. So I'm thinking, Clock will be in a minute. Our technical difficulty is, of course, he cannot hear me on Discord, because sometimes Discord just throws its hands up and goes, I don't know, man.
How about now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hell, I still can't. Nope.
Darn it.
I don't know what's going on, dude. Can't hear you.
Okay, let me see.
I muted on my end. I thought that might be it.
Let me see what I can do.
Oh, whoops.
Everything looks fine on my end. This is why I'm confused.
Hi, chat.
Can you hear me now?
I'm just having problems.
Can you hear me now? Now it doesn't even show that I'm lighting up. What is the deal? Talk, talk. Talk, talk. Talk, talk. Talk, talk. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's... Okay, on my end it says it's good. I understand.
I see your name lighting up, but I don't hear you.
What about now? Hello.
Still nothing.
I don't know what the problem is. I've already reset Discord. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do.
I'm looking at the sound settings. I'm not seeing
Hello,
anything.
hello. I'm deafening, undeafening.
Oh, I hear you.
Oh, you hear me?
I do.
Oh, all I did was deafen myself and then undo that.
Bro, what is wrong with Discord?
I don't know. That's really weird. Hello, Clock.
Hey, we're back. We're finally in.
Yeah! I am so excited to get back to this.
All right. You gotta send me your screen, too.
Yes, I will. I'm loading a state real quick to get back to where we were. Believe that should be here. And yes, I will share my screen.
What has it been? 3 weeks since we last played? It's been a while.
It has. I've moved since then. If you're just watching Andaron Saga, I am in a new house. That's why the delay. It's moving is crazy.
I wish I could move. My place isn't too great. I
It'll
did just get a
happen.
new job though. I'm working at Walmart now, so that's fun.
I have done that as well.
You've done your time, huh?
I have. I'm gonna share this to the Discords, and then we're gonna get underway.
All right.
Do you want to share us to the Andaron Saga Discord?
Oh yeah, I already did, but I'll share it in a more public place.
Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Yep, because we hadn't finished. I couldn't watch the draft race that they did the other day.
I'm not gonna ping everyone on the Andaron Saga Discord, but I'm going to ping everyone when we get to the Flame Guard chapters.
Okay.
And the finale. Right.
Chapter 22, Rightful Ruler. Hey, Cammy. Hey, Ramtasm Enjoyer, Thiago Xavier, Sergio, some random guy. I appreciate all of you dropping by. And yes, I know I am very late. I am very sorry. I'm also a little bit sick, which is why I might sound a little different than normal.
No, you sound good to me.
Aw, thank you, Ramtasm Enjoyer. You're the best. Is chat working? I don't know. I hope it is.
Seems to be working for me, although it is on top chat. I'm going to set it to live chat.
I'm talking about oh, there it goes. Okay, yeah. It wasn't, and then technical difficulties today. It wasn't working on stream, like the video, and so I clicked on it, and it was like, oh, I'm awake now, and it just works.
You gotta wake it up sometimes.
Inside the throne room of the royal castle, Tindaris speaks to his remaining guards. He knows that his retainer will come, but he isn't certain she'll make it in time. As such, he gives one last speech. We sent her away, so she should.
This is like the battle for Rohan. The speech before the battle before Rohan.
Oh, I love that speech. What does he say, like... I can't remember. I need to go watch those movies.
Right! And he, like, slaps their spears as he rides past.
I probably need to turn you up a little bit. I'm gonna do that real fast. Oh, I was thinking about Aragorn's speech.
Oh, I was talking about King Theoden.
I know you were, but I just realized, I was like, why can't I remember that? Like, the words I have in my head don't seem like they're Theoden's words, and then I'm like, oh, it's because they're not. My king, we are surrounded. The other guards have fallen. We are the only ones left. Jaheira is on her way, but we do not know if she will arrive on time. Soldiers, you must stand strong. You must remain brave in the face of my brother's wickedness. You are our one true king. We will not listen to Ilrodan's poison. We'll defend you until our last breath. They call me Half-Blood, a mongrel undeserving of the Timaean throne. I am Bathu's son, and I will show everyone how mighty his blood is. It has been an honor to serve alongside you. We are proud to die fighting for our king. No wonder my father spoke so highly of you. You truly are one of a kind, my Drake God. If we must die here, then let us go down in a blaze of glory. For King Tindaris, for Timaeus! I forgot how, like, Weasley he looks. Adrian, how many more soldiers are we going to lose before my brother falls? As many as we have to, my king. We have sent wave upon wave, and yet my brother still stands. If this goes on for much longer, my men will lose faith in me. They fight valiantly, but little by little we chip away at their ranks. It is only a matter of time. What of the foreign invaders? We may not have much time. What if they breach through and hit our forces from behind? I should just charge the throne myself and deal with Tindaris. That is ill-advised, my king. Please heed my words. If you fall, then this conflict will have been for nothing. Ah, this is outrageous. Send in more men. Kill them all. As you wish, my king. Hey, Bowie. Oh, thanks. Oh boy, I remember having to repeat this chapter a few times so I couldn't lose any units. Oh, that bodes well, huh? Look,
you're on normal mode though, so it's not too hard for you.
They've prepared a welcoming committee for us. How nice of them. Let's kill ourselves some scalies.
Oh, Jaka.
All right. Items.
I don't remember anything about your team or anything because I've been watching a lot of other streamers like Spiral Sigil.
I'm not familiar. I might have to check them out at some point.
He played the game. He played the game on Lunatic Blind.
Yo,
Iron Man.
That sounds rough.
Yeah, it took him many weeks of playing it every single day because he lost a bunch of times.
I mean, I'm not surprised. Our convoy's totally full, so we're gonna sell some stuff real quick.
Well, that's smart.
Never take the Dawn Caller. Thank you for the super chat, Bowie. Oh boy, this map. If I recall, you spared the Priestess Lady last map, so beware of the meteor. Did we? I think we did. So
I don't remember.
Thank you for the reminder of that.
Like I've told you before, Timaean, the entire Timaean arc is the one that I edited the least out of every other arc in the game.
Yes.
So, I don't have a lot of connection to the story or anything like that.
Yeah, you said it's your least favorite a couple times.
Yeah. It's fine.
I felt the enthusiasm in that.
It's a solid 5.
You know, 5 is an underrated ranking.
Hmm.
People don't give 5s enough. 5 should be, it's fine.
5 should be the default rating.
Yes.
And you have to work for a 6 or a 7.
But everybody uses the IGN scale now, where a 7, you might as well have a 2 if you get a 7.
I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 recently. Have you played that at all?
No. I just do not pay full price for games anymore. Pretty much ever.
You fool. Who said anything about paying?
Oh, well, I like, in terms of doing things in other means, if it is immediately available for sale, I really try to just buy it.
When it comes to a game like Baldur's Gate 3, where the game is 110 gigs to pirate, it's kind of like, yeah,
Jeez.
I think I just got the job at, I almost said Safeway. I just got the job at Walmart, so, you know, a few weeks from now, I'm just going to buy it. Because I want to have access to the Steam Workshop for it and all the other stuff.
Mm.
Having, like, automatic updates so I don't got to deal with all that hassle, that's going to be nice.
Oh, yeah.
I have a 500 gig SSD, and it eats up 1/5 of the entire SSD, so that's kind of nuts.
Yeah, it is. Let's take something better for Jaka here.
Okay, so on this chapter, if you succeed in saving every single one of Tendaris' Drake Guard, he can call them as green units later on in the game.
Oh.
Unfortunately, it's not every chapter due to GBA limitations. Maybe I can fix that in my remake.
He can call them as green units. Is it kind of like, I don't remember. Have you played the Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn?
I know what you're talking about.
The
It's
yellow
exactly
units?
like that. Yeah, I don't remember what her name is, though, the unit who
Tanith.
does that. Tanith, yeah. It's exactly like that.
Okay.
Although you can't control them. They appear at the start of a map, and they're usually positioned to be beneficial for whatever map it's on, so...
You can't control Tanith's units that you summon either.
Can't you, like, command them to go and, like, do specific things, though? Like, they'll follow your order generally?
Yeah, generally. Like, you can say move to this location, and they'll attempt to do that, but, like...
You can't even
it's
do
always
that
a
in
little bit,
Andaron
like-
Saga, though. So...
I probably
so
should
you
use
have
that immediately.
So the Solar Brace, if you're gonna use it on Tendaris, he's already got like amazing growth. He doesn't need it. What's your Isabel looking like?
Not the best. Actually, she's a little behind.
What are her stats though? I mean, you know what? That's a good Isabel to pop it off on. You've got 10 levels, plus you've got Eternal Seals you can use. That'd go pretty good on her. Let's see who else we got.
Let me think who really needs the boost.
As a reminder, I don't remember anything about your units, so I don't know what
could
any
do
of them are.
Ralphnir and make him like suck less.
Yeah, Ralphnir is very much a he's a pinch unit. He's not like amazing. You can get really good.
Ramtasm says, I won't be talking much because I'm playing a game. Well, what game are you playing?
Oh, it's Baldur's Gate 3. How's your Dawn looking?
She's fine.
Yeah, she's great.
I mean, she's like unstoppable. I think I want to sell the lightning. Yeah, at the very least, we'll sell that and then either buy another one or maybe we have another one. Oh, we've got Shine. That's probably fine. Okay. I think we're good to go. I need to use that on somebody, though, so... Yeah, I'm thinking just Isabel. Oh, wait, that's where we do it. So we'll give Iron Sword for a minute, take. And that was the thing. Solar Brace. Maturity increased. What?
You put that on Christina, and for no reason she turns 22.
Ramtasm Enjoyer says, I'm playing Undertale. Another good one. I've never played it, but I've actually watched it.
I've never played Undertale, but I've watched like huge playthroughs of the game from beginning to end, which is not the same thing at all. But it's kind of like playing it, so I know like what the game is.
There's a crew I used to watch on YouTube a lot, like Dodger, Jesse Cox, that crew, Total Biscuit when he was around.
Total Biscuit.
I know. I watched Dodger did like, I think it was like an 8-hour stream of her trying to beat the final boss of like either the Genocide Run or the other one.
Oof.
And I think it's the Genocide Run. And it took her like, it was a whole 8-hour stream of her doing nothing but that.
Awesome.
So that was pretty fun to watch. I think we're good. I think we let Bjarki sit out for a little bit because he's really, really good and some other people needed stuff. Do we need Jesse? Do we need to steal?
Let's see. There may be a few stealable items. If I remember correctly, you're using Jesse for his story stuff, I think.
No.
So, but you don't need him to like be super strong. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, there's chests and stuff. Like, oh, who are you? Oh, there's Adrian. What do you have? Oh, it's not a full. Okay. Okay, that's not too scary.
His men come in, soften you up a little bit, and then he comes in and deals a crud load of damage.
The giant fire things look really cool.
You like them? Nice.
I do. Alright, so who is it? What are we doing?
So, Tandarus is in the center.
Yeah.
If you play strategically, you can beat the crud out of everyone that's around you, and he can do a lot of killing. He starts at level 10, and every time he gets a level, his growths are gigantic, so he'll be getting +1 in every stat, +2 in a lot of stats.
So, we need to defeat Ilrodan is my bet.
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to split into 2?
You do, because the chapter takes forever if you try to just bully your way up one path.
Okay. So let's figure out who we're gonna send where.
This is also one of the longest chapters in the game.
Alright. I'm ready for it.
You've got the monster Garum though, so
once you kill either one of them, the other boss will charge you. Good to know. How am I enjoying the game so far? This is one of my favorite games ever. So far, tentatively. You know, unless it gets like terrible in the last like 3 chapters. But I highly doubt it.
Oh no!
Okay, so we'll send Isabel to the right. Jaka can go left. I kind of want Jahira to go left. We're gonna need some more tankiness on the right. So we'll send Dawn. Caroline and Jaka are gonna get married, so I'm sending them together.
Sounds good.
Jaka and Fred can probably manage most of the stuff on the left, especially with Christina. Yeah, I kind of like this breakdown. No, I don't. I need a... Oh, well, I've got Helga. I was like, I need a mage on the left. Because I got 2 over here. I think Helga will be fine. I almost wonder if instead of Albert, I should do Angelus.
I mean, Angelus always goaded to bring along. So,
do I need anybody for story purposes this chapter?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. You've got Tandarus. He's the only one with story. I mean, you could bring Jahira. She probably has a dialogue or 2 with some of the people.
Jahira's coming.
If you have Ash, or if you have, not Leonora, Miriam, they have probably some dialogue with the bosses,
that's right.
too.
We did get Miriam.
From what I recall, it's not super exciting dialogue, so you're not missing out on a lot.
Okay.
And she's only level 6, so she's not nearly as strong as your party.
Okay, then, yeah, alright, I think we're good. I will save. Yeah, we'll save here. And let me make a state real fast, so that if I game over, we don't have to do this again. Because that would not be fun. There we go.
Perfect.
Let's go! In this battle, you would gain control of Tandarus and his Drake Guard. I will. If Tandarus dies or the throne is taken, you will get a game over. The guards can fall, but you'll be rewarded for saving them.
If even one guard dies, you don't get the Drake guard.
Oh, that sucks.
So that's... Yep.
All right.
Now for one of the best musical tracks in the game.
What do we have? Do we have any kind of heals? We do.
In my remake on Lex Talionis, I plan to make it so each of the Drake guards a new individual character.
Okay. This is a really interesting idea to just be like, hey, here's 5 blue units. But it helps the, like, you know, not green unit you.
Now, I don't remember how it works if you get all the Drake Guard items at the end of the chapter, but if you want to be safe, when you move Jaka around, you can put the, you can put their items in the convoy. Also, yes, there is a boots there. It's a troll. If you can keep that character on that one unit, you can see it on the Myrmidon to the left.
Oh.
The super frail Myrmidon who's definitely going to die the moment she attacks anyone.
I see. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay.
But if you can somehow keep her alive, you can steal those boots. Good luck. Good luck, bro.
The headache is not worth boots.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing to me that is worth that much is a character.
Now, there is a thing you can do. It's kind of cheesy, though. If you have someone with a warp staff, and you move them up against the top wall, and then you surround them with 3 other units, and then you try and warp a flyer, they may pop into the lava and then be able to fly up.
Oh, up here?
Yeah, but that's a very cheesy way to do it. Chapter wasn't designed that way, so
yeah,
more of like a fun thing for the future.
All right, let's get it going. Am I afraid of any of these guys? Not too much.
Well, Isabel certainly isn't.
Is anybody? No.
Well, yeah, there you go. A little bit more damage, but definitely not the unpromoted Myrmidons.
With a 50% hit rate. I think we're all right. Here we go. We're getting back to Andaron Saga, and I am excited.
Watch out for that 19% crit. This could be deadly.
Oh yeah, I was thinking that.
Watch Mangs be a jerk and put Moonblade on every Myrmidon.
Oh yes, the Drake guards can level up during this map, but it doesn't make them better as green units. Okay, good to know. Adrian is scary, the scarier of the 2 bosses. Ilrodan isn't bad, but still scary. Okay. What are you? Are you scarier? Oh, Master Seal. I don't know that we need that still, but...
you shouldn't need it anymore. You won't need it for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'll never say no to them.
At this point, they're just like really bad red gems, just 1,000 gold.
Jesse is probably my weakest unit, if he can contribute at all. I mean, that's probably the most he can do, so let's have him do it.
I'll get a crit here, just you watch.
Darn.
Every time.
I should have put Amelia next to him.
Yeah, you move up Amelia and attack first, then everyone else benefits from her aura.
Yup. That's insane.
Now, you told me that you did work at Walmart, right?
I did. I did stocking overnight.
Oh, wow, you're doing the exact same thing I'm doing. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The other fun thing I did was I worked during Christmas time. And so I kind of took the toy section on as, like, my little area, because that was, like, you know, I'm a nerd. There's stuff there that, like, I'm into, or at least used to be, not so much anymore. But the funniest thing was... or kind of sad too, was parents coming in being like, I need Elsa dolls or whatever, because it was like the year Frozen came out.
Oh yeah?
And they were coming like 3 days before Christmas, and it's like, man, we have been sold out of those as long as I've worked here. Like, you had to think about that real early. And so parents started talking to each other though, like, I heard about this guy in Oklahoma that's got some in his trunk. Like, there was like a black market Elsa ring.
My kids will have their Elsa dolls.
You move. I need to go. How are you liking the job so far?
Oh, it's the worst job I've ever worked in my life, but
okay.
you know, it makes money. Yeah, no, it's not. It's just really hard. I actually like the people that I work with so far. I mean, who knows? You know, I've only been there. I've only worked one actual day so far. My legs are killing me because they had me throw boxes from the truck, and I didn't know what I was doing. So I was lifting like really heavy boxes, like throwing them onto the wrong pallet, and then I gotta like lift them up, put them on another pallet, doing double the work. So. But I'm familiar with stalking. I've done stalking before. I did stalking at Lowe's. I also did stalking with my ex-girlfriend. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was already smiling, like, thinking about that. Some of these guys hit a little bit harder.
That's because that's a dragon.
Yeah.
He's dragging these nuts across your forehead.
I've missed you, Clock.
I haven't missed me. I'm very glad I got a job, though. Now that I have a job, a lot of things are going to be changing very fast, so I'm going to be getting back to work on Andaron Saga LT. I basically took an entire month off from it because I needed to spend time applying to jobs. But now that I have stable income, that's not an issue anymore.
We here at the Nihil channel appreciate stable income. Definitely rate that a 7 out of 10.
If you move Garum up in between the two enemies up to the top right, then he gets the maximum crit bonus. Maybe an axe can kill one of them.
I mean, that's huge.
Killer axe? There you go.
That will do.
Watch him not crit twice. Okay.
Talking about frozen dolls. Let's go. Oh, let it go. Yep.
I was watching Spiral play, and he had Thea. She had 95 crit, and she didn't crit an enemy twice in a row. I was like, bruh.
I mean, that will likely take care of that. Yeah. I think we do that. We're solving our problems little by little. Okay, that helps. Conserve use. Make sure you hydrate, stretch. Thank you, Iron Lance. I will do that. I've got Monster to hydrate, and I will make sure to stretch.
Hey, Iron Lance.
I'll just go for that, probably. I mean, does Dawn... Oh, Dawn can't reach. Okay.
You got Ongulus there, so you could get her up there in a turn or two.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, job hunting is one of the most dehumanizing things you can do.
Yeah, it can be very demoralizing, because especially, like, I wish we had a standard where people called you and told you no, but they don't.
And part of the reason for that, well, there's a few reasons. One of them is, you know, I understand it from the company perspective. That doesn't mean I agree with it, but I understand it. Like, you call someone and they freak out, what the heck? Why'd you blah, 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 blah. And then they're like, I'm going to go to your office and shoot up your people. How dare you? I'm the perfect candidate for the job. And they're like, ugh. Or they're like, you dare? You're discriminating against me. I'll sue you. So instead they just ghost you. And then the other issue, too, is that they have, you know, if you look on LinkedIn, for example, you'll see, like, a new job comes up and it says, 1,249 people have applied for this position. It's like, bro, you're competing against so many people. If they called back everyone and told them we're not considering you, like, you know, they'd be there for weeks. And that's per position.
Yeah. %2 crit, let's go! Yeah, I agree.
He did get the kill. It wasn't a crit, though. Although, you know, his skill is basically a crit. Colossus, it's basically a crit.
And then if I get the kill with her, she can move again. Yeah, the worst job I ever had was, I worked it for, I think, 5 hours. And it was a chain we have here called Rice Pot.
Rice Pot.
Because I came in, and the manager... this was when I was like 16, 17. So I hadn't been in the workforce very long, and the manager was like, yeah, you're gonna work the front of house, you're gonna like be a waiter. You're going to answer phones and coordinate deliveries. You're gonna help out in the kitchen. You're gonna take orders. Like, it was essentially, you're just gonna do everything.
And we'll pay you $7 an hour, baby.
We'll pay you $7 an hour, and I'm gonna go sleep in my car. Wake me up if anything happens. And I, like, after like 4 or 5 hours, I was like, you know, this sucks. And like, you're essentially like, you're not paying me enough to deal with this. Like, I'm not doing it. So I went and woke her up and was like, nah.
I'm actually pretty convinced a lot of jobs nowadays are ghost jobs. They don't actually exist.
Like for some tax reason, like it.
So, if you're a company and you put up some just absolutely impossible job that nobody's gonna fill, you know, you're like, you need to have like 4 years of college and blah 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 blah. And then if nobody fills that position, companies are actually allowed to just hire an H-1B worker for pennies on the dollar. You know, like you can pay them less than minimum wage if you sponsor them from their company.
I don't actually know what an H-1B worker is.
H-1B, it's immigrant, but it's specifically they're from. They have to be from very specific countries, like third world countries.
I see.
And it's basically like, you know how people like get married to have a green card. You're sponsoring them to move overseas, but you're not marrying them. So they're allowed to move over here and immigrate, but they like owe you employment services, which is kind of like slavery in some cases.
A little bit. I definitely see the parallels. What do you got?
And that Bard is just kind of scary.
Yeah, I think this will be fine. How do you handle that? Fine.
Oh, that's not even that scary. I'm just transplanting my fear of Robert onto this random cavalier. Ironland says, my worst job was 2 days. Worked as an accounting receptionist for a law firm in New York. Someone made an HR complaint about me for a conversation I had with someone else, got fired.
Gotta love that.
Gareth says, I think most jobs are boondoggles to maintain certain societal elements, perhaps just me. Yeah, there's David Graeber. He made it. He unfortunately passed away, but he was the author of the bullshit jobs movement, where he was talking about how like a lot of jobs are just there for busy work.
Real quick, that is a damage number.
Yeah, that's because his Royal Stone deals effective damage to dragons.
I see.
Mm-hmm. You'll want to test each stone against each enemy as you face them, because some of them hit res, some of them hit physical, some of them are effective.
How afraid for these guys do I have to be?
They're pretty strong, but you are on normal mode, so it's probably not as hard as it... Like, when Spyro was playing, he had to restart the chapter twice, I think.
Because
he was on... No, actually, Spyro beat this chapter first time. It just took like 4 hours. So... If I were you, I would definitely ignore the little Myrmidon, though. It doesn't matter. She'll deal, like, no damage. She'll suicide, and then you won't have to deal with the boots. Those taunting boots.
Hey, Fimblevetter. Also, hi, Garrett.
Hey, Fimblevetter. Great.
We love to see a Ralphmere user. I put so much into getting him to be the Jarl or whatever. Like, we gotta use him.
So the worst job that I ever worked, not the worst job, but it is a job I quit the very first day that I was there. I was hired at a Pizza Hut in my town, and the manager, before I started working there, the manager looked me right in the eye. He's like, you're not going to quit the first area? I'm like, no, of course not. I thought, that's a weird question to ask, isn't
yeah,
it?
why do you ask?
That gave me some red flags. So first off, you know how like some places have like a training area in the back? Mm-hmm. Well, he didn't have a training area in the back. He had a single computer that was right in the middle of the kitchen. It was greasy, like my fingers stuck to the keys on the keyboard. My hand was sticking to the mouse as I used it. It was so disgusting. And I was thinking, if this is how the keyboard works, like I'm probably gonna catch salmonella if I work here for a week. And then the other employees there were really rude and snide to me as they walked past. They're like, "Oh, look, fresh meat." And I'm like, bro, I am not that interested in working here. So I was like, yeah, I'm sorry. After 2 hours, I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm done. He's like, you told me you wouldn't. I'm like, yeah, well.
There's a reason you were asking.
You know, maybe if you paid your employees more and you cleaned the place up a bit, you probably have a better luck keeping people.
I'm happy with that crit.
So Ralphnier was the first unit I buffed once I cracked Andaron Saga open. Yeah, because I remember FM Bolvator, he's edited Andaron Saga to make his own, like, edited version. I feel like Ralphnier needs some buffs, Elmer needs some buffs, Varg could use some buffs later on. He's too much of a Giga Chad. No, it's not that Elmer needs buffs, it's that he could stand to be a few levels higher. It's just so hard, like, training him up to be usable. Once he becomes usable, he comes online. If you make him a Mage Knight, he's just Theodore, but better. If you make him a War Monk, he's Zacharias, but better. The only thing is he doesn't have access to their special skills and regalia.
Oh, that would have been some damage.
Yeah. I'm surprised. Oh, it's because she has a Worm Slayer, that's why.
Ow.
Ugh.
Whatever.
Garum did not like that.
It's fine.
Garum took great offense. Oh,
Hey.
yo, speed? Speed?
There we go.
Let's go.
I just have thoughts. Do I have chest keys? I don't know.
Ooh, yeah, I was going to ask you about that and I forgot. If you have chest keys, you don't even have to bring the thieves usually, except to like steal 1 or 2 random items. I don't know if there's eternal seals on any of these enemies, but if you see an eternal seal, you always want to get it. They're worth they're worth 50,000 to buy and 25,000 to sell. So.
Another idea for Lex Talionis. I do wish the Tindaris had like. I wish he was a unique dragon. Also, hello.
Tindaris is a unique dragon, except his brother shares his sprite.
The 19 crit twice?
Yeah, she's pretty goated like that. She's goated with the sauce.
You and I are too old to talk like that.
Gareth says, I do find Clock's chat's job chat. Sometimes the environment is down to us working it out with our coworkers, huh? I'm one of 2 assistant managers. We just ran the shop on our own for a week. Area manager visited and loved it. Our actual boss came back from holiday and the area manager hated it. Huh? I don't understand what you're saying, Gareth.
Let's see. Does anybody have chest keys? So I'm going to supply. I might send her to the right with chest keys. Do I have some to take?
Quentin asks,
Yes.
what is this army? I don't know what that means. Is he asking about the stats of your units, or?
I think he's saying, like, why have I made the choices I've made?
Oh, okay. So, Quentin, we're primarily doing a story playthrough on normal modes. So, the units he picked are either really important, like, to the story, or they have, like, regalia and other cool stuff later on.
Or they're really important to me.
Yeah, or they have sentimental value.
Like Christina. Christina's just cool.
The man said as she was doing 14 damage with magic to a general.
Yeah. I know I need to heal him. We're sending Helga this way. Helga can probably just wreck everything. What do you got? No, not exactly. We'll figure that out in a minute. Let's get her in there first, maybe. Yeah, that works. Gareth says, I was on about work environment. We got everyone on side and people happy to work. Regular manager turned up and was bossy to the workers and they resisted. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It definitely is more important, I think, than a lot of bosses are willing to admit to keep your workers happy.
Today's clock pro tip, everyone needs to join a union. So, some random guy, just some random guy, he asks, if y'all could pick who's your favorite unit, could be design or even usages in-game. Mine is Elmer, even with lack of regalia, dude is a beast when you get him up and running. So my favorite unit is the one on screen right now, it's Dawn. 100%. Not only is she my favorite, well, I guess she's my favorite unit to use, because she's a lot of fun and she's strong. I also like her personality a lot, because I based her on Azula from Atla, but,
From what?
From Avatar The Last Airbender.
Oh, okay.
Other favorite units? I like Estelle. I'm really sad because Estelle didn't get to have her storyline finished. It got cut off. So here's a fun fact. Estelle is... Her teacher, Master Vieira, was killed by Samuel during the rebellion. But because of flag limitations, we didn't have enough flags to put in the Estelle conversation with Samuel. So she never got to confront him about it. That's also a very dangerous idea, my friend.
Oh, yeah. I fully recognize. I was just checking. Because I'm like, if I get the kill, I can move back.
Hey, Gareth, Azula is awesome. She's like... she's my favorite villain in Avatar The Last Airbender. Jeez.
Doing alright?
Oh, you know, the Lord created the body perfectly. He made it so that way our breathing and eating canals are in the same spot, so if you just inhale wrong, you can kill yourself.
Don't inhale wrong, skill issue.
Yeah.
Okay, what if we... I don't hate that. That's probably alright.
Remember the Advance Wars tactics. You always move your units in the back line first. That's what Mang's taught me.
Why do you do that in Advance Wars?
So, you move your units in the back line first. That way the units in the front can move further to attack enemies further away. If you move all your front units first, sometimes the back units, you've killed all the enemies that they can reach, and then they're just useless for a turn.
Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of our back... You know what? Sham's gonna go left, because I need a healer. Because over here we have Dawn, who has
He doesn't heal.
Healing items. Oh, right.
Yeah, you don't have a... You only brought one healer, I think.
Yeah, that's not the best, is it?
Oh, yes, and you're right, Gareth. Toph is the best character in Avatar The Last Airbender, except you forgot about Uncle Iroh, so you're wrong.
Yeah, Iroh's my favorite.
Really sad that the actor for Iroh passed away just a couple of years after Atla, but at least he went down like a legend. When Iroh reappears in Legend of Korra, he has a different voice actor.
Iroh, the original voice actor, I believe, died during filming as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I would not know, I did not watch Korra. I did season 1 and was like, I kind of don't like this, and stopped.
It's okay, it gets worse after season 1.
Oh no.
I won't say a lot worse, but I will say a lot worse. Okay, so I gotta tell you, at the end of season 2 in Korra, a dark avatar appears, and she has a Kamehameha battle with him. Like they shoot like Dragon Ball Z Hadouken lasers at each other. It's really dumb.
Why? That's fine.
Your favorite besides Iroh is Sokka. Sokka's pretty great too. Honestly, like you could name any character in Avatar: The Last Airbender and say that's my favorite character,
Yeah.
and pretty much anyone would be like, yeah, I can see that. Like there's no wrong answer there.
The woman who says there is no war in Bossing Set.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, she's a good character. By the way, her name is Julie. No, it's Julie. That's from Korra. I don't remember the lady's name. No, actually, her name is Julie. Judy, that's what it was. The problem with Korra is that season 1 was going so good, and then for no reason they butchered the villain at the very end, and then it was like, oh, okay, well, now the show just sucks. So there's this cardinal writing sin that I hate. It's like my least favorite thing that you can do in writing, and it's where you make a really good villain. So the best example to give is Bane from The Dark Knight Returns. Bane's a really good villain, a lot of fun. He makes some good points about the upper class stomping on the little guy, but he makes such a good case that he's really not even the bad guy. So how do you make him a bad guy? He just kind of kills a bunch of people in the final act. He just does some comically evil thing. And a lot of series do that, and I hate when they do that.
Didn't he kill a bunch of people on the plane at the beginning of the movie? I haven't watched it.
No, he faked their deaths. He took everyone out of the plane. He didn't actually send it crashing. I mean, he sent the plane crashing, but he took everyone out and put them on another plane to make it look like an accident. No, he did. He put one of his men in the plane. He was like, "Oh, they will be looking for our bodies in the wreckage, brother." So yeah, he did kill a couple people. But what I'm talking about, not like a strategic kill. That's a normal villain thing to do. I'm talking about when you just like, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna kill a bunch of police officers, just to show how evil I am. You do some comically evil thing, and then the villain loses their
push,
their gravitas, I guess, or something like that. By the way, Andaron Saga does exactly this, and I hate it. I did not sign off on it. So you'll find out later, but there's a certain thing that happens in the endgame that I think is really, really dumb, and I would not have done it that way.
I don't like...
Gareth says, Nihil, you're much quieter than Clock, so...
that might be that I need to scoot up. Is that any better?
Sounds the same to me, but I can't tell. I can turn down the volume on my end.
I'm trying to see if I can up myself. I can't up myself at all. I'm maxed out.
Just lower me then a little bit.
Yeah, I can do that.
Because remember, we've had this problem in the past. My voice is very overpowering.
Hell is that?
I hope it's better. We'll find out.
I always appreciate you guys telling me audio stuff, because I can't hear myself, so I have to rely on you guys. I don't know if I've seen you in chat before. Hello, Chrysidides? I don't know how to say your name. Didn't Bane only save the scientist and kill the rest of the plane crew? I don't know.
Oh, it might be. I'll admit, I haven't seen The Dark Knight Rises in probably 6 years, so it's been a while.
I think the thing to do... What's your range? Okay. I think the thing to do with this... How do I save state? Is it Shift F1?
Yes, Shift F1, and then you hit F1 to load a save state.
Sweet. Because I don't want to replay this, but here's what we're going to do. I think this makes sense.
Yeah, and you can also use the Lance guy to hit that Cavalier through the wall. Just check the damage on that.
Oh, you're so smart. That's why you're here. I was trying to figure out how I was going to deal with that, but...
Just watch out for that guy right there, yeah. I don't know how much damage he does.
Surely he can...
He only has a normal Dragon Stone, which is not effective against dragons, so... And it's not like the undead dragons that pierce defense, so...
I think it's a mix of both. Chris is quiet, Clock is loud. Are you running a Discord call into OBS? No, I am running a Discord call into Streamlabs desktop, which I have much less experience dealing with.
If that makes you feel any better, I have 0 experience dealing with it.
Yeah, I wanted to use OBS because that's what I use for just recording offline, but it didn't like something. I forget what it didn't like, but it didn't like something I was doing.
26? Really?
I mean, it's gotta happen sometimes. I'm trying to think what my, least favorite villains are in things.
Okay, so Palpatine is my most favorite villain in Star Wars and my least favorite villain in Disney Star Wars.
I know exactly what you mean.
Let's take the most charismatic, interesting villain of all time who, successfully orchestrates a galactic coup, and then he just, kind of comes back.
How? I don't know.
Hey, look, now you can get those for free.
Yeah. I think that still, by the way, in canon has not been explained.
Nah. I watched, someone did a really interesting video series on YouTube, which I highly recommend watching. Some of it's a little bit indulgent, but basically it's called What If Star Wars, and then it's like the movie title from the Disney trilogy, What If Star Wars Rise of Skywalker was awesome. And the guy uses AI-generated images and an AI voice to... Well, he paints a picture of the movies using... His goal is not to rewrite them. It's to take the information that we were given and make it more logical, and to also apply some EU stuff. So, for example, instead of making another big Death Star, the entire sequel trilogy would hinge on the creation of the Starforge.
Yes.
Do you know what the Starforge is?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
So for those who are unaware, though, in chat, the Starforge in the EU is like, imagine like something the size of the Death Star, but instead of like shooting laser beams, it can create anything out of force, energy, and electricity. And you can create like entire starships. You can create like super weapons and other things. So you make the Starforge, and you can pull energy from like the realm of the Force or something, and you can create like huge fleets and stuff. And the idea is, one of the big problems that I had with the Disney trilogy is that you have like supposedly the, what are they called? Not the Imperials, the New Order.
The First Order.
The First Order, thank you. The First Order comes in, and they're supposed to be like the scrappy underdogs, but they have like huge armies. Like, how did they build this giant death planet? Like, why are their fleets so big? How is the New Republic so weak?
To me,
it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, the New Republic, they're like, we're still the scrappy underdogs, and I'm like, you won, and it's been like 20, 30 years.
Yeah, like, why haven't you like reorganized your forces? Like, how does this happen?
So I know part of that, the in-canon reason, is that Mon Mothma, the leader of the New Republic, was like, we don't want to ever have a Palpatine situation again, so we need to completely disband, like, everything. We're gonna have zero military.
Exactly. But, the idea is that they use the Starforge in this rewrite, and using the Starforge, they can make huge armies to compete against the New Republic. So the New Republic can be strong, and then these Imperial remnants can also make themselves powerful. Now, how does Palpatine play into this? It's all part of his grand plan to rebirth himself through the Starforge. And one of the things that I really appreciate about the trilogy is, first off, you still have Rey there, you still have Finn, you still have Poe, but they have, like, real character arcs. And you still get Luke Skywalker and Leia. They come back, Han's there. They have a much bigger part to play than they did in the Disney Star Wars trilogy, but they do retire at the end to pass the torch on properly to the next generation. And a big thing for me is that they do not disrespect, like the rewrite does not disrespect Darth Vader and Anakin Skywalker. Instead of like him throwing Palpatine into a shaft, and then Palpatine just kind of comes back and it's like, oh, I guess you didn't actually do that much, Darth Vader. Sorry about that. Yeah, you screwed up.
Well, we still don't know if he came back and it's like Sith magic, or if he's a clone, or like we have no idea still.
They left it deliberately ambiguous because they're bad writers.
I think they don't know.
Yeah, they just made up. Well, it's J.J. Abrams. Like, I don't expect him to have the most intellectual take on writing, so.
Yeah, but I'm just like, too, like, there's people whose entire job it is at Lucasfilm to keep track of continuity. And I'm just like, what, like, a cushy nothing job at this point? Because clearly, you're not doing anything. Like, you're doing nothing. So, I don't know why it matters.
Rantasm asks, does Han die, like, in this rewrite? And he does, but it's done a lot more impactfully. And you know how, I don't remember, was it the second movie or the third movie in the Disney trilogy? Kylo, he has, like, just, like, some vision of his father forgiving him, but it's not like a Force ghost. It's just, like, he kind of hallucinates his father, being like, yeah, son, it's totally okay, you killed me, son. No big deal, son. You're like, that feels weird. I don't think Han would be like that. Yeah. Well, instead... So here's what happens is, so I'll get back to what I was saying about Anakin first. So Anakin, when the Emperor comes back, Anakin appears as a Force ghost, and he has a battle with the Emperor in, like, the space realm, where he kills the Emperor's spirit eternally to really, like, completely fulfill the prophecy, and that way he's not ruined posthumously, I guess you could say. But because they have this fight, the reason that they're able to have this fight, it's kind of complicated. I'm just going to recommend everyone go watch it. And like I said, it's very over the top in some ways. It's like it's very biblical in scale. And that's not necessarily the best idea. Like, you'd probably want to rewrite some stuff, but it was taking all the information about Rey, about Finn, about Kylo, about Han's death, about Luke's death later on. Luke actually doesn't die in this remake. He just, he gets severely injured, and then he retires at the end, which I thought was pretty cool.
My take is, if you want to fix it all, I think you have to get rid of... Like, I would just get rid of all of it. Like, I'd get rid of Rey, Finn, and Poe. Like, I'd just get rid of all of them.
There was
just adapt the Jason and Gianna stuff from the EU.
There was... I mean, if I could have anything, it would be Hand of the Emperor. Like, you know, Thrawn. Like, the actual Thrawn. But I don't trust Disney to do a good job with that.
No, of course not.
But there was a really good rewrite that like completely rewrote everything on YouTube, and I forget what it's called. You can look up Disney Star Wars rewrite videos, and you'll probably encounter it's like 10 million views or something. It's definitely a lot better than what we got. And what always gets me is these just random people on YouTube making way better movies. Like, at least in theory, you never know, in execution it might suck, but at least in theory, way better movies that are more well thought out than what we actually got. Like, compared to, like, a multi-billion-dollar company.
It's all about just care.
And passion.
Like, you could do it if you cared, but they don't, so...
The other thing is priorities. Priorities, so, like, you know, I was watching about how in The Last Jedi they have, like, those crystal foxes that appear. That's just merchandising, is all it is. They just want, like, a cute animal that they could sell as, like, a plushie or something. That's the only reason those crystal foxes are included, and there's a lot of choices that are like that.
Now, you will rarely find a larger critic of The Last Jedi than me. I think it's one of the worst movies to ever exist. Like, even not as a Star Wars movie, I still think that, like, nothing in that movie makes sense. It's just awful. I don't care about the crystal foxes because, like, I'm not going to pretend George did not do the exact same thing.
The Ewoks, yeah. I mean, that's the worst part. I stand by my statement that Return of the Jedi is by far the worst of the original trilogy. It's really not good. There's some actual, like, genuinely bad writing moments in it that you're like, huh? Did the same... You know what it is, though, is the guy who wrote, what's his name? Gary something, I think. He wrote Return of the Empire, which is the best of all the Star Wars movies. He was not involved, I don't believe, for the third movie, and it was mostly George. And that's when we started to see the beginnings of prequelitis setting in, where George was starting to get a lot of people surrounding him that were just his yes men. Okay. They didn't say no to his silly ideas.
Real quick, hear me out. I don't know what else is going to come. What if I just abandon the throne room?
So, you have to leave... If the enemy sees the throne, they win. So you do have to watch out for that.
Okay.
You cannot just go balls to wall and just rush out there.
Okay.
You also can't just use a rescue staff and just rescue everyone away.
Okay. That's why I was saying that first before I did anything, because I'm like, why do I not do this? Because this seems like a good thing to do.
So to be honest, I would have had... Oh,
hello. Leaving me alive was your biggest mistake. Now I shall hunt you like the prey you are.
I like how there's no period.
Glorious Pirion, bless me with the servants of fire and bestow upon me a meteor.
Yup. There she is.
Alright. So she's gonna start throwing meteors at me?
Yeah. Good luck, bud.
Fun. We'll be alright. What were you saying?
I don't remember. I have ADHD, so I've already forgotten.
I think we're gonna pull back.
Probably not a bad idea. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, see that Swordmaster on the right side? If you had attacked that Swordmaster first, then the dragon would have suicided on the Lancer guy, and then you'd only have the Axe Knight to deal with.
I see. Yeah, well...
Not a big deal.
Finn should have been the main character because he was actually interesting. Yeah.
There are 1,000 interesting ways that you can write a stormtrooper turned good guy who was also a child slave and brainwashed, and who's dealing with trauma from his childhood, and they chose the most boring way possible. They didn't even really. They just kind of ignored it
immediately. Like, that is a plotline that exists for about 5 seconds. Okay, we're gonna move up.
In fact, one of the rewrites of the trilogy that I've seen on YouTube goes into really in depth on that, and it talks about how Finn, he convinces a lot of people of the First Order to join him by the end, and it results in a massive mutiny against the Imperial remnants in like the third movie, and it's like a big hurrah moment for him where he like completely subverts a quarter of their command structure. And it's like, yeah, that would be pretty sick.
I didn't realize I couldn't use physic. That's annoying.
Recover's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't need it though. I guess I'll just take another spell, and then we'll keep trying to get staff rank. What are we at?
What is he at? C? Oh, it's B rank though. It's B rank.
So we can
physic.
get there.
Just keep at it.
These two, I'm like, yeah, they need heals bad, so we're gonna make sure they get that.
I need healing. I need healing. I need healing.
I'm trying to catch up on chat too. My thoughts on the new trilogy were they trying to do The Hobbit complete with the Orc army rising, but ignoring hints at a secondary plot? God, the Hobbit movies were bad too.
So the thing about the Hobbit movies, they could have been really good. The main issue was the director. The same Peter Jackson, same director who made the originals. There's no reason they should be bad. He was given very little time to work with, and he was told to come in. The original guy was Guillermo de Tormo, or whatever his name is. Guillermo de Tormo. I don't know.
I know what you're talking about.
I'm pretty sure he was the original director they selected, and he did half of the work, but then he's just tired of it and he left, or they let him go or something. And so Peter Jackson comes in, he has to clean up the pieces, and he's given a very short deadline to do it all, so they end up coming off rushed, because that's just what he had to work with.
Yeah.
The studio also insisted on 3 movies because they had to have their stupid trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
So, and for context, for those who are not aware, the original books from The Fellowship of the Ring, Return of the King, and The Two Towers, those 3 books combined are like 9 to 10 times longer than just the Little Hobbit book, which is significantly shorter. So there is just not as much content to work there.
Yeah.
And they want to stretch it out into the same length? No, it's not going to work.
Yeah. I don't judge Peter Jackson too hard. Like, he's somebody that I feel like
it's not his fault.
He's fully proven himself, so if something, like, you know, is bad, I'm just kind of like, what happened? Like,
when your favorite creator screws up, I usually don't assume it's their fault. I assume it was studio interference or something like that.
Yeah. There's some wild stuff. Like, I'm gonna stick again because I don't know what to do with these guys.
Okay, so Iron Lance says regarding Palpatine, they explained it in some shitty books. They explained that he had cloned himself, but the clones were like empty husks, so he could transfer his mind into them in case they ever died. So in the original EU trilogy, that's exactly how it worked. What happened was, in the original EU trilogy, Palpatine comes back to life. When Vader throws him into the mine shaft, as he's falling, he uses a secret Sith technique to send his mind and spirit into a clone he had prepared ahead of time in the event of death, because he had already... You'll remember in the prequels, he said that his master, what's his name?
Plagueis.
Plagueis, yeah. He said Plagueis found a way to live forever, and his student took that power. So in the EU, they took that to mean Palpatine had already figured out a way to live forever, and that way was mind transference into a clone body. And that's how he comes back to life in the EU. It makes sense. I'm not saying it's a good idea. It makes sense, though. So he brings himself back to life that way. And maybe that was what they were originally going for in the movie, but they did not convey it properly.
Definitely not.
Oh, hey, Mings is in chat. Ming says, I fucking hate what they did with the Hobbit movies. I legit like the Hobbit more than Lord of the Rings. They should have just kept it to one movie and not tried to turn it into Lord of the Rings. It was a children's book. Tolkien literally wrote it as a series of fairy tales for his children. That's why it's so charming. Yeah, absolutely agree.
I agree. one thing I do think is good that I think is funny is that I do appreciate that they had the humility to look at that animated movie from the 90s and go, yeah, we can't write better music than that. Let's do it again. Like...
Iron Lens mentions studio interference. That's how I feel with Sam Raimi and Doctor Strange. That movie was bizarre, and I know it's not Sam Raimi's fault. There were some parts in that movie that I actually really enjoyed. Did you see the Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness?
I am not into Marvel in the slightest at this point.
Yeah.
Like,
so it's not a good movie.
I don't.
But there are.
Hot take,
oh wow.
I don't think any of them are good movies.
That was an 11% chance for you to lose right there.
It's 5.
There's probably another 11% chance.
It's 5.
10%? 10%? Oh boy. You made a save state, huh? Wow.
Yeah, let's...
And so Rez Bestat says Palpatine should not have died. Snoke should have become a bigger villain. Absolutely correct. Killing Snoke off was a big mistake. And I actually could agree with killing off Snoke to build up Kylo Ren if they had put the work in for Kylo Ren, which they did not.
No, not at all. We'll try this instead. What do you have? You have an axe, probably. Yeah, you got an axe. Lance Reaver is not the thing to do.
Ooh, does that Dragoon below you, does he have a Lance Reaver he could equip? Or I mean, Axe Reaver?
Nope.
Does not. Okay. And by he, I mean she, because of course this is Tendaris' harem.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. They're all women.
With decent growths, apparently.
Yeah, but too bad those stats won't stay.
No.
So, Sheldon, you say, I hate how Episode 9 basically retcons so much from 7 and 8, but here's the thing, 8 retcons so much from 7. So it's kind of like, you know, what happened was instead of a cohesive story, the two directors were playing like self-jerk-off with each other, where they were trying to outright each other and be like, no, my story's better than yours. You forgot about the Knights of Ren. Well, I'm going to put them back in the third movie for no reason.
The Knights of Ren are hilarious. Like, completely unintentionally, they're hilarious. Just because it's like, what even is that? Like, I remember, like... I remember when, like... I remember when, the 7 came out, and all the theory crafting around, like, what is a Knight of Ren? Like, the answer is just none of it matters. The answer to all the theory crafting for the entire sequel trilogy is none of it matters. And
you've got...
I still see people doing it, and I'm like, have y'all not learned? Like, I see people doing it for, like, Ahsoka now, that it's like, well, maybe they're pulling this, like, they're hinting at they're gonna pull this obscure EU character, and they're gonna, and I'm like, no, they're not. And if they do, it's gonna go badly. Like,
did you watch Andor yet?
No, and I'm not going to. Like,
that's too bad. You're missing out. The best one. It's not just the best one. It's better than the original trilogy. I've heard, but like, I just think it's all so dumb at this point. Like, I don't care. Okay. So chat, he doesn't want it, but you guys have got to watch Andor. It's so good. Like somehow they turned Ahsoka into liquid diarrhea, and they turned Andor into like a shining golden idol atop a mountain where like a sage gives you the advice of the heavens.
The problem with Ahsoka, because I liked Ahsoka. Like, I think she had a great arc through, like, Clone Wars and stuff, and was really interesting. The big problem with Ahsoka is that they just want her to be absolutely everything. Like, she just needs to, like, not be some things. Because now she's, like, one of the most, if not the most important character in all of Star Wars, because she's present during everything. She knows absolutely everyone.
They basically turned her into the Chosen One.
Pretty much.
So, Nihil, have you seen Castlevania?
I did the first one, and I have, like, mixed feelings.
I think Castlevania is fantastic in Season 1, and it's really good in Season 2, and then instantly instantly it becomes liquid diarrhea in season 3 and 4, and I stopped watching it after that.
I didn't watch Nocturne. I don't know if I will or not, based on what I've heard. My thoughts on Castlevania are that, like, it doesn't, like, I'm not the biggest, like, fan of the games. Like, I'm not gonna pretend I am, because they're just not really for me. But as far as I follow Castlevania, it wasn't super respectful of what Castlevania is.
We're talking about the animated series, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But it was a fun show. Like, I enjoyed it just as a standalone thing. What am I in range? If I'm here, what am I in range of?
You should hate watch Nocturne Castlevania with clock and beers. It is somehow worse. No thanks. I got better ways to spend my time. When people tell me something's bad, I believe them.
For me, it depends who's telling me and what they think is good.
Well, Star Wars Theory calls Andor Andbor, so I don't really pay attention to him anymore.
I love Star Wars Theory, but I disagree with him on plenty. I just love him anyway.
Oh shoot, is that Adrian? No, that's Leonora.
Yeah. I like Star Wars Theory a lot because he's just super honest with what he thinks. And I feel like people need to be more genuine, and that's severely lacking in that space. Because a lot of people still, like, want movie tickets, they want, like, all sorts of things.
You're talking about, like, being given incentives by the movie producers?
Yes, or just attempting to, like, do that, or just not criticize anything. Like, when stuff comes out, I know if I listen to Star Wars Theory's take on it, if he really likes it, he'll tell me he really likes it. And if he really hates it, he'll tell me he really hates it. And I believe him. It's not, like, indicative to me of quality, totally, because, like, I do disagree with a lot of the things he thinks are good. But, like, I at least know that he means it.
That's fair.
Bye, Leonora. There's no way to, like, keep her alive in this, I'm assuming.
No. And you can't recruit her either.
I am the predator. You are my prey.
Hi, Chris Hansen here. Take a seat over there, Miss Leonora. So what's this about you being a predator?
My growths have been terrible. Like, the past, like, 5 level ups have sucked, except for this one.
Move her to just above Isabel, then you can dance for her.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Let's see, though. I like hearing people complain and hate things that I hate as well. I am weird in that I like hearing people complain about stuff I like a lot more. Because if I hate the thing, I already think it's bad. Right? Like, I don't need somebody to tell me what I already think.
The way I approach movie critics on YouTube or wherever else is very simple. So there's no such thing as a good or a bad critic, in my opinion. What I find is a critic who has the same opinions as me. Like, if I've watched 10 movies and I liked them, and I've watched 10 movies and I didn't like them, and I find a critic who agrees with me on, like, 18 out of those 20 movies, I'm like, okay. So if they say that they like something in the future, I can be like, I probably agree with them and I'll probably enjoy it. And if they hate something, I'll probably hate it too. Like, that to me is the value of a critic. You find the critic that you're aligned with, that, like, so that way you don't have to sit there and watch through a bunch of garbage. You're just paying attention to whatever it is that they liked or didn't like, and you know that you'll agree with them. It saves you a lot of time.
Yeah, can be. In that, like, for that idea, yeah, I don't think that there's a bad critic in that sense. Are those meteors gonna start soon?
I don't know. Check her inventory. I don't think she has it yet. No, it'll probably be next turn, maybe? I don't know.
Okay. I'm tempted.
I don't remember the last time I saw someone get to this chapter and they hadn't killed Embla, so I don't.
That's why we did that.
Correction, people who hadn't already gotten Ash. Almost everyone who plays this chapter has Ash that I've seen, so then they don't get Embla with meteors.
How do I handle this? I think I'll do this. Because then we'll recover, heal her as well. Do you know? Clock?
What's up?
Does recover heal her as well?
No. Does she have the live to serve ability?
Well, it heals. Live to serve? No.
No. Then it's just going to heal her ally.
Okay, then I can.
You should be giving as much EXP to Tendaris as you can, anyway.
Well, I'm gonna elixir. I think that's the way.
Yeah, I think elixiring here is better. You can kill this guy pretty easily.
That's oof. Move there and elixir. I think I agree with Sheldon. I already hate Netflix Crunchyroll. Can't justify giving the mouse money for Star Wars bloat. That is exactly how I feel. I've been boycotting Disney for years at this point because I just don't like them. For a bunch of reasons that I'm not going to go into because it's too many.
Oh, I mean, I don't give money to Disney
I know
either.
You don't, I know.
I watched that. I watched that shit for free.
I promise I did not even consider it. Would I hate watch? See, I try not to hate watch too because it's still a view. But then there's ways to make it not a view, so I don't know. Has she capped her stats? That would explain a lot. Let's get you up here because I need that. There we go. Oh, I know who you're talking about now. That's actually a really good question. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Resbest Stat. Yeah, that would be why those growths were so bad. Oh, this is a whole thing, huh? Okay. Deal with that. I might want to move something else now. I'll deal with that in a minute. This is a whole thing now. Probably. Yeah, you can deal with that. As for stuff I like, I've been getting really into Warhammer lately. I'm giving that a shot. Reading a lot of the books.
What's funny is I got so mad at Warhammer, I stopped consuming all content related to it after what the game studio, whatever they're called, Games Workshop.
Yeah.
After what they did to the Astartes guy, the guy who made Astartes on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I've heard.
They bought him out and they were like, oh yeah, we'll be getting to good new stuff with him. And then they removed everything he ever made. They put his Astartes, they put it on their main website in like a super secret hidden spot that it's super hard to get to.
Yes.
They deleted his original videos off YouTube, and we haven't heard about anything from him since.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, if I heard that he was like working on like the cinematics in one of their games or something, I'd be like, ooh, I want to play that game, but that's not what's happening. They just shut him down.
Yeah. They seem very out of touch, but I'm like, every corporation right now seems very out of touch.
I disagree, because Valve exists.
True.
Speaking of which, I actually just sent Gabe Newell an email recently. Did he reply back? Oh, he didn't. Okay, that's too bad. I don't know if he actually saw it or not, but I know that you can send Gabe Newell just emails.
You can?
Yeah, Gabe Newell. His email's public. It's, he also tells people, go ahead and email me if you have any issues with Steam. And there's a lot of examples from people on the internet who send him emails and he replies back saying, thanks, cool, or whatever.
That's awesome. I had no idea.
Well, it was on the wrong account. No, he didn't send me a reply. That's okay. But I sent Gabe Newell. It's Gaben at valvesoftware.com. I saw a really great video on the internet, and it was talking about a complete redesign of the Steam user interface. It's so good. I was like, wow, we need this like stat. So I just sent that to him. Like, hopefully I can direct his attention to it.
Fascinating.
If someone else hasn't, you know, who knows? Maybe it could result in a big redesign.
That's crazy. You can just email him. I had no idea.
He's the only CEO I know that you can do that. That's why they call him Lord Gaben.
So, Valve is out of touch. I will give you that.
You said they're out of touch?
I said they're not as out of touch. I will give you that.
Yeah.
Jesse, I need you to open chests.
So Rez asks, has she capped her stats? Who? She who?
That was about, Amelia, because I was upset about her growths, and then I checked and was like, oh. Yeah.
Yeah, she's capped her most important stats, unfortunately.
That explains the bad growths. And that's not really unfortunate, is it? Like, that is what we want.
If only Caroline had a steal axe, she could one-tap this guy.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just trying to decide how I want to do this. Axe, okay. You have a sword reader though. Might equip the shine. Yeah, neither of them is that scary.
So I don't remember if I told you this the last time that we streamed. Probably not. I think I only came up with it recently since. But anyway, I'm thinking about doing a route split in my remake, and the route split would work like this. I was originally planning to remake the game pretty accurately in Lex Talionis, but I've decided I think it would be better if I did 2 entirely different routes. And it starts in chapter 15 when you reach the pirate ship. So originally Jocko will be intending.
What if I send Tendaris to go kill her?
Yeah, you can do that. But you need to be careful because if the enemies swarm and kill Tendaris, the chapter's over, so just watch out for that.
What if I send both of them?
I mean, you can send everyone and leave one person to guard the throne. I've seen a few people do that. The enemies do try to prioritize Tendies if he's in range, or his blue units. So you can send a few units up either side, and they can usually fight their way through, especially on normal mode. It's a lot easier.
Yeah, we're gonna try it. Okay, sorry. Keep saying what you're saying.
I don't remember. What was I talking about? Route split. Yeah. So the idea is, on chapter 15.
Alright, I'm gonna interrupt you again.
Oh god.
Will enemies only come from these 2 sides? Because if so, I could send them this way.
I don't remember, but I think so, yeah. They definitely don't come from down below now.
Okay, that's all I'm asking. Unless this thing is gonna go seize.
If you put something along near the walls, then the sprites do go after them there. So you can move your guys over alongside the right wall to snipe them.
That'll work. We'll just move them slowly. Who do I still have? Oh.
You get Chad Garum.
There we go. Alright, chapter 15.
Route split, chapter 15. Jocko's original goal in my remake will be to go to Timaeus, but like before, Helga still appears and approaches you, and she may ask you if you want to, if you'd rather go with her to Hornheim. So you have the choice of going to Hornheim, and these 2 routes are going to be completely different. Like maybe even up to the final chapters. So,
okay.
So it starts off. Let's just say he goes to Timaeus. Because you go to Timaeus, you arrive there before Il Rodan has done anything. So the Timaeus chapters are going to be totally different. It's not going to be like rushing to save Tendaris. You just show up there casually. It's cool, and then you launch an attack on Il Rodan, and there's like a big war that happens where you eventually kill him.
Okay.
Because you didn't go to Hornheim, Tyranar wins. He crushes Clan Scotty. He kills Scylla. Helga escapes with her sister, but otherwise everyone in Scotty is butchered, and Tyranar succeeds, and now he's going to go down south to attack Andaron. Now, after you're done defending Timayet, during the Timayet chapters, you're gonna be joined. You're gonna be fighting against not just Ilrodan, but Ilrodan allied with Mortimer, and Mortimer is gonna be using houses to help Ilrodan fight you. So in this way, we can integrate more of the Andaron side of the story, which should have been there from the beginning. Andaron will still be a part of it. You'll still see characters from Andaron. You'll get a lot more involvement with them like you don't currently get right now.
Mm-hmm.
So after you do this, because... how do I put this? So at the end of this, you haven't seen it yet, but Darius is from Styxia. He's the Prince of Styxia. He's going to approach you. That doesn't happen in the Timayet route that I'm planning. So you don't go to Styxia.
Okay.
I need to write this down. Is what I need to do. But you don't go to Styxia. So instead, after you've defended Timayet, you, Ilrodan, and your forces attack Andaron from the east. Tiranar attacks Andaron from the north, because he just wants to conquer Andaron. And at the same time, I'm kind of spoiling a little bit here, but it's not too bad. Darius is killed by his father, and you don't get to see his storyline at all. And then Kangax launches an attack from the south. So Andaron is besieged from 3 sides, but the 3 sides are not allies. They're like all moving in opportunistically. You're attacking Andaron for revenge. Tiranar is attacking because he wants to I guess protect Hornheim or whatever. And Kangax is just an evil POS, so that's why he wants to do it. And I won't spoil how it all ends, but basically it's a 4-way war with Andaron versus 3 different sides. And you will come into conflict with Tiranar, so since you don't go to Hornheim, you can still get Ralfnir promoted if he kills Tiranar when you meet him in battle. So that's how you can make him the new Jarl, and that goes the same for anyone else. Now let's say you don't go to Timayet. Let's say you take Helga's offer. This puts you on a drastically different story path. So because you go with Helga and you don't go to Timayet, Tendaris is overrun. Ilrodan kills Tendaris and wins. So this entire defense thing doesn't happen. He wins, and now Timayet and Andaron are joined together. When you go to Hornheim, it pretty much plays out the way it does right now. Probably be some story differences or whatever, but you're going to have the Jarl Arena, you're going to have all that other stuff, and afterwards Darius will approach you in Hornheim and ask for your help. So you go down to help him fight his father and kill his father, and now it becomes a 2 versus 2 war in the second half. So in the original version, it's Andaron versus all 3, attacking from different sides. But in the Hornheim arc, it's Andaron and Timayet versus Hornheim and Styxia. So it's a 2 versus 2 versus a 1 versus 3. I guess you could say a 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1. I mean, I'm not sure. But the idea is they're 2 totally different storylines. And you get there may also be, if I have time or interest or whatever, maybe I make a 3rd path that unifies them all and gives a more... if you beat the game once on each path, then you get a super secret 3rd path that opens up. But that's speculative. Mm-hmm. And the other thing, too, is I want to cut down the length. So I don't want it to be 30 chapters and then 30 chapters. Or 15 chapters per path. Maybe more like 8 to 10 chapters per path.
Okay. That all kind of makes sense to me. Darn. We've hit those crits this whole time. I was hoping to do it again.
Ooh. That was exhausting to explain. I really need to write this down.
Yes, you do. Okay. That's fine. No gold path. Revelations did irreversible damage to the FE community.
The problem with Revelations is, didn't they have to write all of Revelations, the 3rd path? Didn't they have to write it all in 1 month? You can't write a 15-chapter story in 1 month. It's not possible.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of
you're either gonna have you're either going to have 10 writers writing all at the same time and it's going to be disjointed, or you're going to have one writer just scrambling out the basic bare minimum and it's not going to be very good. Like, there's no way to make it good.
Yeah, it does seem like it would be. It is very tough to. You gotta have time.
And you could also just make it so that way, like, in Andaron Saga 2, like, the canonical path is somehow you saved Scotty, somehow you defeated Tyranar, and you saved Timid, and you saved Styxy, and you defeated Andaron. So it's kind of like all 4 of the good things happened.
Somehow.
Or you
somehow
somehow Bottomon returned, yeah. Hey guys, I'm back!
Oh my gosh. It'd be so funny. So bad.
Do a Crimson Flower type route where you join forces with Andaron or Ilrodan. That could be kind of neat. I have to think about it.
Alright, let's go for that. Get that. Actually, where's Ralphnir? Not close enough.
What'd you need Ralphnir for?
He has a longbow.
Oh.
Could do that. Flame sword, okay.
And Angelus is on the right side, so you can't dance for him.
Yeah. Angelus is gonna have enough to do, I think.
You only have 4 units on the right side, but they are your strongest units, so...
Yeah.
Oh, 5 units, I'm sorry. Isabel's so slow, I forgot she existed.
That'll work. Will that work? That also works. You got equipped. Yeah, it's fine. Actually, I am going to do that, because that makes more sense. The accidental rescue. Instead of a gold path, do a Crimson Flower type route where you join forces with Andaron or Ilrodan. That would be fun. Just don't make it as dumb as Crimson Flower was. How do you feel about that?
Oh, I was just about to ask chat, do you guys hear Nihil's keyboard really loudly, or is it just me?
Oh, I can be a little better about that.
No. I was just thinking, like, I don't know if this is just me on my end, or if this is also for stream.
No, I've noticed it a little bit. The problem is I don't have a noise gate on Streamlabs.
Well, on Discord, there is a thing you can do, but if it won't affect the stream, then...
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It should be on.
I'm trying to find it.
Double check. I know what it is.
Okay, so it's in voice and video in the Discord settings. Just scroll down. And then when you scroll down in voice and video, there's noise suppression. You set it to crisp.
Okay. I just did that for you.
Oh, wow. Your voice became a lot better, too. That's actually amazing.
Discord, good sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm having trouble figuring this one out. These guys hit a little bit hard. That could probably be good. I could do that, and then you don't have a longbow. You, yes. Oh, I could try this. That probably works out. 15%? Let's go! Write it.
He crits every time here. Told you.
Yep.
50% of the time, he crits every time. Okay, I will be right back. I've been soaking my feet during this entire call because my feet hurt from working at Walmart. I'm gonna go dump my water out.
Alright.
Peace.
What a weird euphemism, you guys. Gonna go dump his water out? What do you think it means?
Hey, shut up.
Let's see, I think we go for that. Hey, works out. Can we do that? No, probably not. That probably doesn't work out for us, so we're not gonna do that. But they don't move. You do. Sorry, Lance. So, alright, we go here. With our iron sword, I think we'll be okay. I don't have swords, dude. These lights locked. Got. And we keep it moving. Alright, that solves this side. Anybody I can heal? No. Really want to get him that staff rank. Right side is done, now we just gotta do these two. And we'll try to not get them wrecked. What do you have? That's a Dragon Spear. Let's do that and trade that way. I think I like that. Yeah, I'm always a fan of, like, the Crimson Flower, like, defeat the heroes kind of route. I used to play, Lord of the Rings The Third Age. Really fun RPG if you've never played it. But they have just this great thing called Evil Mode. That after you complete a chapter, you can replay the key battles from that chapter as the orcs and the forces of darkness, and it's so much fun to just kill the heroes. You know, I'm sitting there, like, remember that crit you needed to hit, or that key miss you had? Like, take an arrow to the face. And then it gives you rewards for the main campaign. So, it's pretty fun. I definitely could stand seeing more games doing that. Sweet. That was a good trade. I have to deal with that. I think it's gonna be the last thing I do. Alright, here we go. Trying to decide, how do I want to break through? I could do that, but then I've got to get rid of these archers this turn. Is this effective against dragons? No. No, it's not. He's really good, though. This might be the turn to break through. This is. 24 is a lot to take. But maybe that's fine. I mean, I can do that and, yeah, potentially take a lot back, but we'll get one of them out of there. One short. That sucks. Longbow. Alright, we'll start with that. I like that.
Alright, I'm back.
Alright, welcome back.
I quote, dumped my water out, if you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean, but...
Oh, I dumped that water out, you know it.
Oh, okay. That was like a sexual thing.
If you add, if you know what I mean, to the end of anything, it becomes sexual. That's how it works.
Very much so.
Just finished eating my girlfriend's spaghetti, if you know what I mean.
That gets us partway there. I don't think that makes sense, though. I think we... Yeah.
So, have you ever used LinkedIn before in order to get, like, jobs or whatever? Because it feels like a lot of jobs require you to have it nowadays.
I've used it, but no job I've ever had has required it.
Someone join chat.
I had like some sort of
Hey, Neutral.
Like oh, hey, Neutral. Why am I not seeing that? Oh, I'm on top chat. Yeah, I changed it to live. I don't know why I did that. What did Neutral say?
Nothing that I saw.
Oh.
But yeah, so on LinkedIn, you can.
I see. Neutral's in Discord chat. Hey, Neutral.
Yeah.
Neutral is one of my co-hosts. I forget what we played together. Part of it was Shining Force 2.
But on LinkedIn, you can get DMs that are just ads. Like Chrysler sent me a DM that was like, check out our new auto supply or whatever. I'm like, really? Like, I even gave me a message inside my email that I had a new DM. I was like, ooh, who could it be? A new job offer? No, it's a freaking ad.
That's wild.
It is the worst platform I've ever used.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already bad enough. It's corporate cringe. So, it's just a bunch of people talking about how amazing their jobs are and how much money they stole from their employees and how great that makes them. Like, it's just corporate cringe.
Yeah. I already think that corporations and jobs are way too integrated with social media. Like, it's not something that, like, bothers me a lot. Rejoined on YouTube. I think I was in the wrong place a moment ago. I mean, you can co-commentate if you want, Neutral. Like, I like you. But, yeah, you don't have to. I think that, like, corporations are way too involved in social media already. I get kind of annoyed when I see people be like, I expressed an opinion on social media and got fired for it. I'm like, that's crazy to me that, like, I get it if you're the face of a company or something, but, like, if you just work, like, a cashier job or something, it's just my opinion that, like, your employer should not be, like, your opinions should have nothing to do with your employer and should not be tied to your work.
Okay, but I'm not a cashier. I'm a handler of money for a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Get with the times.
Oh, yeah. You know what I mean, though.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. There's people who, like, fluff up their resume with titles like that. It's very funny.
I'm people.
You pretty much have to be. You have to, like, when you're talking on your resume, you are literally better than Steve Jobs. Like,
Absolutely.
You're just the number one.
He's got nothing on me.
Steve Jobs stole from his employees. I didn't, so I'm better.
I am an innovative entrepreneur that don't need no man. In the military, it's illegal to badmouth the USA, the president, or the military on social media. You can get charged for it. See, like, that's kind of crazy to me, because I'm like, you have more invested than anybody else. All those decisions affect you the most.
I feel like it's a remnant of really old laws that came around before, like, free speech laws were passed. And it's like, yeah, but the military, we're just going to be exempt from those pesky free speech laws. At least that's just my opinion.
Who do I want to? I'm trying to decide how I'm going to get handle this. Well, how does this go for me? Haha, poorly. Wow. That is something. How does this go for me?
Not very well. At least not for her. Maybe for Tendies it's better?
I checked Tendies first. It's still not great.
Yeah. I think she's kind of there as like a check on like whether or not you're trying to rush up the sides, she'll blast you.
Let's see. I think we gotta wait. The Worm Slayers are a pain. Dragon Spears, like, this sucks.
And keep in mind, you're not supposed to be able to, like, normally fight your way up. You can, if you're really, really good, or, you know, like, you gotten particularly blessed on crits and stuff. It's possible, but...
Let me fully take care of the other sides first. You guys, can any of you reach? No. Okay, we'll do this real quick, just because. Get it out of there.
Get it out of here.
Alright, let's...
So I feel like if you moved those two backward and you drew them into your lance guy, just you drew in two of them to your lance guy, you could kill them.
Yeah, that might be
so
the play.
The lance guy and the forward swords woman man.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
So you put him one space below.
Let's go there.
And then I'd probably go flame lance, because does that lancer guy have a
He
2
does.
range? Then there you go. And you just move her back out of the way. Check the range of the lancer.
I know, it's this.
So she will get attacked. Just give her a lance river, yeah. Then he won't hit her anyway.
Yeah. Do I want to move anybody in range?
Does the lancer guy have more range to the left than the swords person does? The sword master to the left. Does the sword just? Oh, so they have the same range. Okay. I guess say maybe you could use tendies to draw one of them away.
We'll do this and get ready.
What about up above? Is there anything above?
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
Oh, they'll be on the way, but well, that's a problem for next turn, me.
That's a problem for future me.
How am I enjoying this so far? This is one of my favorite games ever so far, Neutral.
Iron Lance says, I'm currently playing Yakuza like a dragon. I've never played Yakuza, unfortunately. I've heard it's good. I mean, I've seen the Donkey videos about it. It looks fun.
It does. I definitely want to play at some point.
Problem is, there's a lot of games that look fun, and I just, you know, when there's too many, you just don't have time to prioritize them all.
Yup.
So instead, I play $5 indie games on Steam.
Yep. That's probably fine. What's your move? 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you're gonna be harassing me either way. How much damage do you do? 14.
Huh? Not too much.
This is my problem.
Well, does Embla have an activation skill?
Probably.
Just Soul. Which isn't good, but it's not the worst it could be. If you put in there and you just wait,
Yeah.
she won't be able to deal any extra. So he'll be able to kill her in 2 turns, which you need to do before she pops off with a meteor. So
Yeah. And then...
So I would actually worry about those snipers more, because they can outrange you.
Yeah.
However,
I can
dragon...
block with him.
Ooh. You might need to pull back.
I might. And just hurry up. Will he move, you think?
If you see an enemy that has a move range, they move.
Probably should check. The treacherous half-brother of Tyndaris who lusts for the crown. He just holy
Lusts.
symbol.
Yeah, you can get 2 holy... Oh, no, wait, no, you can't get 2. You can't get Emblas.
I probably want to bait him into attacking. Do that. Fred actually is probably a better choice. Do that. Yep. and now we'll just crowd in. Let's get our staff experience. Put him there so he can move a little bit better for crit purposes. You've also heard good things about the Yakuza series. Yeah, it seems to be a really big thing. I thought it was fun. I was hanging out with Teodrin the other day, another of my current co-hosts and fellow YouTubers, and we were talking about, Clock, have you heard about this Sega Super game they're working on?
Sega Super game?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is now.
Sega has said they're making a game right now that's budget is like $800 million. That they're like, in my opinion, kind of gambling the company on.
What the?
And $800 million is like GTA levels of funds.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know what they're making. Like, I don't know what they could possibly be making. That,
I think Starfield was pretty expensive, and it was like $100 million. That's 8 times more.
I would bet Starfield was more than that.
Maybe. It doesn't feel like it was more. It feels pretty cheap.
I mean, that's how Bethesda games always are, and I think people forget that, because they do end up having a lot of fun with them, but like, every Bethesda game sucks when it comes out, and then the community fixes it.
Well, I said before Starfield came out, I said, if the game is passable and it has a really good modding interface, then over time it will become far better than, not Starfield, better than No Man's Sky.
What is that? What's it?
Don't know.
You don't remember?
Nope. I don't know much about these chapters.
GTA 6 was billions. Yeah, and I've heard that the devs Rockstar thinks that $70 for their new GTA game is going to be too much of a steal. So they are internally considering a new pricing model that has you pay per hours played.
Yeah, that's going to be good.
And I'm like, inevitably, of course, we were going to do that eventually, but like, I hate it, and I'm not going to do it. I think we keep pulling back.
Even gotcha games wouldn't be that over the top about it.
Yeah. He has an elixir, right? Yeah, I think we pull back an elixir. Oh. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what I do here.
Well, pulling back is always a safe option, because then only 1 or 2 enemies can hit you and you can blast them. However, if you kill one of those dragons, and then you kill another dragon, and then a sniper, that's only 1 enemy you have to deal with. You do it right.
If you just solve all your problems, you'll have less problems.
So, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So if Tendy's attacks from right there, the corner, down 1. Next turn, he'll be within range to move over to Embla. So as long as you can kill this 1 enemy, but how do your other 2 handle with the dragons? Can they kill a dragon each?
Probably not.
Ooh, almost. It's because they don't have a dragon slaying weapon. Shoot. What about the other one? She got the holy fire, right?
Yeah, but can't kill a dragon.
Damn.
I'm just like, what if I do this, his range is limited. It's 4. So the only thing I'm going to be in range of is this guy.
Then you can actually bait that guy downward with one of your other units.
Well, my thought is, if I do this and wait, you know what, I'm going to see what happens.
Might as well.
Because I could also attack.
Which Dragonstone is the best one for her? You're going to want accuracy here, because if you miss, then it's totally pointless. I think probably the Royal Stone, because it's a little bit less accurate, but that's half her HP if you hit.
Yeah, I think we got it. We stated we'll see what happens. Because my thought was I could attack and then move here and heal him.
Oh, true. No, you know what? I think that's the play. That is the play. Oh, Tendaris. You POS.
So,
yeah, how do these two... that's right, they don't do very good. What about just using the normal Dragonstone? Just try the normal Dragonstone. Or Cursor Dance, like a little cheater. Don't worry, guys. I want a legit.
I pirated and modded the hell out of Engage. I enjoyed it. Don't think I'll go back to it for a while, if ever, to be honest. Oh, she got a thing, didn't she? That's a pain. Alright,
I only played 5 chapters of Engage. It actually seemed fun, but the story's so bad. Oh no! 8%? F you. That should be good.
Everything sucks. Okay, she didn't even get the soul last time. Alright, let's try this again. Now! Oh my gosh.
Did she proc soul? She did.
She did. Oh, Tendaris, my least favorite Manakete in FE history. Really? Wow. I feel like we've got, like, even if you really don't like Tendaris, we've got some choice options for that.
Yeah, you're cursor dancing on the wrong spot. It's got to be down to the left. Yeah, there you go.
Like that?
Yeah. It has to use up the full range of the cursor's motion to activate.
Oh,
that should be good. You can also shift F1 right before you attack. Yeah, she procs soul there twice, so.
This is insane. One scene with Ilrodan will make you love him. I think Fimbulvetter's finished the game, though.
Oh yeah, he has. So you hit shift F1.
Oh, just so I don't have to keep doing it.
Yep. Otherwise you gotta do it 150 times each time.
Yeah.
Now just test.
Okay. Oh wait, does that work? No, it doesn't. No.
Oh, did she heal up?
Yeah, she did.
Then shift F1 again.
You are smart. This is insane. What is her percent chance of it?
Well, it's soul, so it's based on skill, which
Skill
means
percent?
26%. Yeah,
And she does it
26%.
like every time. That's nuts.
Well, here's the thing. A skill proc and a crit proc are one random number, so it's literally 26%. Whereas 26% on your hit rate is actually more like 14%. Because there's 2 random numbers being rolled.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, now make a shift F1 here before you move that guy.
Can we dance if we need to?
Yes, that's
That
why
works.
you do it here. Shift F1 here.
Okay.
Now just move him wherever.
Hey. Hey, there we go. Forgive me, Lord Pirion, I failed you. I got this extra dialogue for you. Oh my gosh!
Iron Lance and Fimbulvet are a part of the Lex Talionis team. for Andaron Saga, Lex Talionis.
Oh, okay. You dare stand in my way? I will burn you to cinders. And by unique dragon, I meant like, I guess they're a unique color, but I meant like a totally unique, looking totally different.
That's too much work because mannequin animations are a real pain in the ass to get working. We're lucky we're lucky he even has like a unique standing sprite because he didn't used to have that. Nameless actually made that one.
Oh, does he?
Oh dear God.
Sure I noticed. He doesn't double.
Yeah, when Tindaris attacks, he has a unique standing sprite. It actually looks like him.
Oh, cool.
Oh no, Tindaris is gonna die to the wisps.
That would be insane. Great use of our Royal Stone, though.
Yeah, well, he's surrounded on all sides, so that's scary.
We'll be alright. Oh, hello.
Oh, no. You do have a couple units down south. If they can make it up there to fight, then that would be helpful with Tindaris.
They cannot.
You have physic people? If you can physic them from across the map, that would help. That's right.
I think we'll be okay.
You need Tindaris to kill one of those dragons, or you fight your way up to the right and run.
That's what I think.
That is scary.
Yeah. Let's solve this first. This probably...
Well, you've got Jaka, so this sucker isn't gonna matter.
Oh yeah, you think we just...
He's got the Allspiss, so...
Yeah, that'll do.
10%. That's a little scary.
No dialogue.
Yeah, no dialogue. High quality Timate chapters. And just like that.
No, this cannot be! The crown was supposed to be mine! Dang you, Tindaris! The full level.
Although I do believe that if you kill the other boss, the chapter ends. Don't quote me on that. I don't remember what's the objective.
That would be good.
Got some Eternal Seal. Yeah, so if you kill the other boss, you actually just win right now before anyone can die. So that is an option, I do believe. Remember to attack from like your backline person first. Get that crit up in there.
Alright, I'm gonna save in case you're wrong. Because we're gonna be real out of position.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if I can just dance and then have her do that. I wonder if she just kills Adrian.
Might. She's very strong.
Either way, we'll work our way up there.
Better call Dawn.
What does that? Somebody surely can do it.
Oh, spare the other red units and you get rewards. I didn't even know that.
Ran out of flags. LMAO, this chapter's flag heavy. Spare the others and get rewards. Spare... What, these guys?
I guess that's what he said. This is one of like 3 chapters I don't really know all the intimate details about, so maybe.
I mean, okay.
You snipe the head honcho and then you just win?
Spare the bosses, not red units.
Huh?
What?
Well, I guess if you kill all the red units except for the bosses, then the chapter ends.
What do I... Mangs, what do I get? I don't know if I'd be able to do it, but I'm curious.
Eh.
I'll go ahead and line up some Angelus stuff in the meantime.
Oh, Apollo, that's right. He shows up from the south.
I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, he's a very memorable character.
Apollo and Embla give you items when spared.
Oh, those two. That's what he meant. Okay.
Okay. I'm not too worried about it. I do kind of want to see who Apollo is, though.
Yeah, if you kill him on this turn, then you won't get to see Apollo. And I would actually wait for Apollo if you can. But keep in mind, you do have I would say an Eternal Seal is important, but I think having the Drake card is better. Because the
Turn
Drake card are
11.
cool.
When does Apollo show up on normal? And then the problem is I'm gonna have to solve this. Like, I can heal both of them.
Turn 14. That's 2 turns. I don't know. The Eternal Seal's nice, but you can buy them, so it's not a big deal.
Do I need him to show up for plot reasons or no?
No, he's not a very important character.
Just kill the boss, your Drake cards will die. Fair. Alright, let's do it. I'm assuming this will do what I need. If not, then I may be screwed. We'll see. Oh, Daybreak. Daybreak will get me there.
About time. Nobody ever uses Daybreak either, so...
Daybreak is probably the better answer. Wow.
No, it hits defense.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Can you give Dawn Caller to Dawn?
Yeah.
Try that. Yikes.
I thought this would be simpler.
I think Amelia would be a better choice to dance
Yeah,
here.
I'm gonna try that.
Try doing a fiery chant for her.
Yeah, probably.
$85? Oh,
It's not enough.
that's not enough, but unless he crits you. That's enough. That's definitely enough. Just pray for a crit.
I don't like the odds.
Yeah, you made a save.
Is Flex enough?
No, it's
Okay.
not.
Only Nosferatu. Alright. For the future of Timaeus, and in the name of King Ilrodan, I sentence you to death. No!
Well then. How far can she reach? Oh, she can't reach.
I mean, I could cursor dance it again, but I don't really want to do that. That might be what I gotta do, though.
To get yourself out of the sticky situation.
Yeah.
Does
Oh,
Amelia have any supports?
Sham. Let's get you around here. Do that. Alright. There we go.
There you go. Wow, guys, we did it legit
Fire
first
chant,
try.
fire
That's
chant.
crazy.
Why does he live? What?
Oh, that was only 63 damage. He has 64 HP, doesn't he?
Uh-oh.
Does he? Oh, I miscalculated. That's fine.
Oh, no. Okay, we're not in good shape.
It's not as bad as you think, because these are literally your strongest units. So I'm pretty sure they could handle enemy phase.
I think they can handle enemy phase. I'm worried about this.
Oh, true.
I don't know how to handle this.
What other? Do you have any other weapons that do more?
No,
Oh wow.
their weapons kind of suck.
Well, I think. Excuse me. I think the Sage kills that guy pretty easy, but you would. Jesus.
But then Sage dies. Like Tindaris needs...
You can rescue the Sage out of the range, because the Sage is only within range of... Remember, that guy moves 4 tiles, he attacks 2 tiles, so you could rescue the sage out of range.
I killed this guy with the sage. No, I can't.
Oh, what?
They suck.
Wow.
They are not good.
What have we learned today, boys? We learned you don't split up, I guess. We've learned you bring physics staves. So it means he wanted to kill Embla, and instead of those guys on the right going down to attack his shitter units down below, they decided to pincer attack Tendaris. So
okay, here's what we're gonna try.
On the flip side, she has Nosferatu, so if she gets targeted, maybe she can heal herself back up and she won't get killed, as long as he doesn't 26% critter.
Yeah. But I can't attack, because then I get hit 4 times.
No. Nosferatu, the Swordmaster.
Yeah.
Now, who's he going to go after? He could go after... Oh, so there's only 2 units he can go after, her or Caroline. If he goes after Caroline...
I thought we had the kill, so Caroline's got like an iron axe and is super out of position.
Oh well.
So we're not looking good. We're just gonna have to see what happens. I think we do this and pray. Adjacent. What? Oh, I thought it was adjacent to the mage. I thought Tendaris would get a heal. Ooh.
No, that's not how staves work, buddy.
I'm playing a bunch of different SRPGs, and so it gets crossed sometimes. Yeah, I think we do...
Does Tendaris have a vulnerary? Or, I mean, an elixir?
Yes, he does. That actually helps.
So here... Okay, so I just had a really funny idea. So... Tendaris, do not give him the Royal Stone because he'll one-shot the dragons. If you move him 1 tile to the left, and then you equip a normal stone and you elixir him up. Not a Royal Stone. Yeah, like a Dragon Stone, and then elixir him up. Maybe that sniper will get stuck. Only one of those dragons will attack you. He'll probably also get longbow.
The sniper also has a longbow, so he could do that, and then just not attack Tendaris at all.
We'll see. The other sniper can get the stage? Yeah, maybe.
Maybe that heals a little, I don't know.
Longbows are kind of weak, though, so maybe it won't do enough damage.
Alright, and then we gotta do this. We're gonna deal with all this. Persona 5 Tactica is free. See, I'm interested in Persona 5 Tactica, and I was like, oh, I should cover that, but first I probably need to play Persona 5, because I haven't, and I didn't get around to that, because I've heard that is a stupid long game.
I was watching YouTube clips today from a game called Star Ocean 2. I've never played it before, but it looked neat.
Oh, I've heard of that
except
one.
Except it's like a 102-hour RPG, so I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I've got that in me. Especially when I'm pretty sure like 60 hours of that is just grinding.
It just got a remaster, a remake, didn't it?
That's what I was watching, was from the remaster
Nice.
remake. It looked really cool. Mr. White, I'm gonna use the flame sword. I'm gonna cook these guys alive like I cook meth, Mr. White.
I mean, that works. Yeah, we'll do that.
And no Thimble, but I've never played I've never played Star Ocean, period.
I have not either. Watch the anime for Persona.
Problem is, as I get older, my tolerance for extremely long games just keeps falling off more and more. I'm at the point in my life where I binge, or I play like a game like Slay the Spire, where I can play it in like 1 hour bursts. And like I get a full experience out of it, a full run, and then I'm like, I don't know, go to bed. It's because I'm fat.
Magnus didn't even say it this time. Let's see.
Don't forget that Shum has Ignis, so that could be useful for whomping down a really strong unit.
Could.
It's really nice that your Jaheira has the Worm Blade. It helps out here. And then it just stops being useful after this chapter.
That's why I'm using all my worm weapons. Like, I'm assuming this is the most use I'm getting out of them.
There are dragons that appear later on in the game, but very few of them.
It just kind of feels like this is the time. You've saved them for this.
Yep.
Who's my lowest level? 15, 12. Do you get that kill, though?
Exorcists? Oh, that's so close. Nosferatu probably does enough damage. Remember, it's the strongest of the dark spells.
Yeah, we can... It's fine. We're gonna do that first, anyway. There we go. Yeah. Then I can have Shum.
He's gonna Ignis, 100%.
Okay.
Even if he doesn't take much damage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, don't forget Hoarfrost is effective against dragons.
I didn't. I just didn't need it. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Good. Alright, cross your fingers.
Okay, that's working just like
That's
I
not
wanted
too
it
bad.
to. Oh, came close to killing him. Sandaris, we gave you the weak one for a reason, you fool. Okay, well that's embarrassing. That was not your smartest choice.
I mean,
Okay,
this is the... That's a 66 crit. Oof.
Is it really? I didn't even see it. I couldn't see it.
Oh, no,
it's
it's not.
18.
Okay.
However...
Yeah, she's really out of position. And I don't know what to do about it. I didn't say that.
Redo everything that you did before, and when you get to the final character, you can do cursor dancing.
Yeah. That just sucks.
You just have to dodge 166. It's not that hard.
No, but...
Don't worry, guys. This is how the game's meant to be played.
I don't like cursor dancing that much, yeah.
It's pretty janky. It's like those people who play
I did have
Super
another
Mario.
thought, though.
Those people who play Super Mario 64 and they do like wall glitches by going ha ha.
Okay, another idea. Do things a little differently. Yeah. Because now... Yes. Then I can get her to go help us.
Oh, she does not have a what you call it though, a Delphi shield, does she?
No. I don't even have one. But I can get her closer in case we need the help here in a minute.
So that sniper has a longbow. Check his stats to the right. That would be in the range of Helga if she moved up there.
He does not.
Oh, he has a silver bow, which is even scarier. So the silver bow has, I think, 12 might, or maybe it's 10 might. And then it gets tripled. So I'm pretty sure he one-shots Helga. And don't forget, Helga has, like, crap defense, so...
Yeah. I did not think otherwise. I knew he'd get it. Ah. And then Fred can probably get that. Oh, yeah, just fine. Almost forgot.
So, yeah, now you'll be able to cursor dance here, but you want to just move and end the turn and just see what happens.
Yeah, because things went very differently. Oh, he killed that time. That's interesting.
That could be good or bad.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Just needs to dodge 166. Oh, that was a crit. Cool. Okay, so now we can cursor dance with Helga.
This is so jank. All of this is so
And then just
jank.
make it save. You don't have to cursor dance like 20 times in a row. You only have to do it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, I know. I just forget. I'm used to watching the people that, like, know everything that's gonna happen, so they just, like, you know.
Oh, did you see that? The other dragon went down south. He's going for the throne.
Yeah, he did that the first time, too. There we go.
As long as he doesn't crit. Okay, you're good. Maybe. Maybe, baby. Maybe you're not.
Ah. I should, like, stop doing stupid stuff. Why do I do this to myself?
And then make a save state. There you go.
Hey. Hey. Let's go.
So far, so good. Another light brand, just what we needed. You did it!
Alright. We live. Thank you for the hype, Fimblebetter. His Majesty's been defeated? This does not bode well. But I am a dragoon of Timaeus. I will not wait for my opponents.
I am the bad guy. I'm going to attack now. This is me telegraphing my intention to attack.
Adrian will not wait for his revenge. He will attack now.
After 12 turns.
Yeah, I'm fine with that to start. Oh, hey. That was lucky.
What about Ruin here?
Wow.
Yeah. 85. That's actually 185. I don't know. Probably not.
I'm gonna get what EXP I can real quick. Alright. I think that's
Now, if you
everything.
could, one goal that you might have would be to trade all of your best items from the Drake Guard onto one of them, rescue that Drake Guard with a rescue staff to
I don't have a
Jaka.
rescue staff.
You don't have a rescue staff?
No. Do I? Oh wait, actually I do. Sham has one.
Oh, Sham had one, yeah. So his range is not too good. But if you move him down to where Jaka is, he should have a longer wide range. Might be able to reach.
Maybe.
Probably want to move
No.
Sham, not your thief, though.
Oh. That would be helpful.
Just saying.
I was trying to figure out what was happening. Yeah,
I feel like the range, I'm looking at the diagonal range. I think it, like, if you were to move them a few tiles over to the left.
it ain't happening. Whatever.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here. We'll just.
Yeah, ruin.
There we go.
At least your Amelia didn't crap on you like she did for Spiral.
I've had
Missing
enough
95.
crapping on me for one chapter. I have been defeated. I yield. Please accept my surrender.
They say different strokes for different folks. People like getting crapped on.
There we go. All skill, right? It's been a while, Tindaris. I never thought I'd be so glad to see someone from Andaron. Jahira, well done in bringing them here. I am grateful. No thanks necessary, I only did my duty. I am glad to see you alive, though, my king. Looks like we arrived in the nick of time. Indeed, my brother must have spent years planning this coup. I thought I was dead for sure. Speaking of the devil, he's dead, right? My king, we have captured General Adrian. He is still alive, as is your brother. Oh, what would you have us do with them? Bring them both here. Let's have a chat. As you command. This should be interesting. Is that a pink monster? Yeah, it is. It's like rosé wine flavor.
Yeah.
How dare you parade... Oh, how dare you parade me before the throne like some court jester? Come now, brother. After this tedious war, we could all use the entertainment. Yeah, I'm having rosé now because my favorite, which is orange dreamsicle, I can't find anywhere in stores. I don't know if they're, like, discontinuing it or what. Go ahead, half-brother. Gloat at me. Savor this brief taste of victory. Soon all of Temayet will know you won because of foreign sellswords. Will your people support you then? I think not. They will overthrow you. I got a whole tray of them. They're great. Ah, the pink ones or the orange dreamsicle? We shall see. You won't be around to find out, though. What are you going to do? Kill me? You don't have the stomach for it. You never had the will to do what was necessary to rule over our nation. You are a filthy half-blood, a son of a concubine, a bastard born of lust. When your own people are revolting against your rule, what will you do? When they ask you why you brought foreign invaders into our halls, what will your answer be? There's my answer.
Based.
I've made my bed, now I'll sleep in it. Any last words? I see only a future of chaos under your rule. But I will not lie. You were a shrewder Drake than Ilrodan. I wish your rule the best of luck. I'll grant you the mercy of dying nobly on your feet. You might be a traitor, but you were once a great Drake. It is better than I deserve. Now that the formalities are done with, we have much work to do. Hot damn, Scalies don't mess around. Oh, who is this you saw? What? That comes across so incelly. Who is this exotic beauty? I don't remember her face. This is Helga of Clan Scotty from Hornon. When last we met, she was not with us. Cannot say I have ever met a northern girl. I would enjoy getting to know you better. You might not enjoy it as much as you think. Oh, a rose with thorns. How delightful. This feels really out of character for Tindaris. Like, we haven't known him, really, but, like...
He just immediately starts thirsting, yeah.
Spiral Signal. Good to see ya. Are you winning, son? Yeah, we'll call it that. I definitely breezed through the last chapter. No problems.
Ming says Adrian blinking the wrong way was a mistake. I thought it was actually intentional. That's fine.
Yeah, like, I also thought it was intentional. Jaka, any chance we can bring back Ilrodan? I'm starting to think we backed the wrong Scaly. Alright, that's enough. You two can kiss later. Ah, yes, how forgetful of me. I do offer my condolences. If he joins and is playable, I really hope they have a support. I will do that.
It's actually really funny because you can get Jaka and Helga to like A rank before this chapter, I'm pretty sure. So he's just like hitting on Jaka's girl, and Jaka's like, oh, you two can kiss later. Like, bro, you're gonna marry her. What the F?
Tindaris is a jokester. He doesn't take anything seriously. Okay, that makes sense. And who knows? Maybe he's like a swinger or something. What happened to your friend was a great tragedy. I only met Bodymon once, but he seemed like a good man. He was, though unlike you, he let his brother get the better of him. His only flaw was that he was far too trusting of backstabbers. Yes, I've heard all about King Mortimer and how he reluctantly claimed his throne. The official story is that the first and second princes killed each other in battle. I was there. I can confirm that's not what happened. Mortimer played them both up against each other. Then he came in to pick up the scraps like a vulture. Mortimer's schemes range far and wide. He even had a hand in Ilrodan's coup. My brother was no fool, but he was a coward. He would not do this alone. Not without certain assurances. Well, then you know what comes next. Jaheira promised us your support. March with us alongside the Vikings and let us bring Mortimer to justice. Temayet is in no position to offer military aid. You must give us time to rest and recover. Stay within the royal palace and recuperate, and I will spend time with my advisors. When the time for war comes, Temayet will not forget the debt it owes you. This I promise. Alright, you better stay true to your word. I always pay my debts. Just ask my brother. I can't, he's dead. Precisely. I like that line. Just, I can't, he is dead. My most honored Drake Guard, I'm glad to see that you are all alive. Oh, okay, so we only get this if they're all alive.
Mm-hmm.
We only survived because you fought so fiercely beside us. Truly, we are humbled by our king's prowess in battle. As you have heard, a day might come when I will declare war upon Andaron. When that day comes, I want you all there on the battlefield beside me. Wherever you go, we will go as well. You are our king, we live to serve. Good, now go get some rest. Your king commands it, as you wish. Learned Fire Emblem Awakening sigil. That's what that looks like. I forget what it's called, what the mark or whatever. Congratulations, you managed to keep the Drake Guard alive. Whenever you deploy Tindaris, you can call his Royal Guard. They will appear as allied units and follow him around the map. The units and their equipment will vary based on the chapter. Cool. Chapter 22X, Alliances Forged. It's been a while since we've had an X.
It's going to be a while after this one, too. In the second half of the game, there's only 4 guidance, and then in the first half of the game, there's like 8 or 9.
Jaka and his men rest for a month at Castle Drakespire. Tindaris spends much of his time consulting his advisors. One day, a visitor arrives. Rand of the Exile. Yes, thank you. It's been a while since I played Awakening. I grow restless waiting all day. How much more time do you need? Every day that goes by, we give Mortimer time to build his army. Be patient, I promise you to may its support, and I always keep my word. However, there is much work to be done. We have just been through a civil war. Convincing the nobles to enter another war will require some persuasion. You're the king, can't you just command them to move? I certainly could, but when I return home, do you think I will meet a cheering crowd? Or is it more likely I will face open revolt? I can't just ignore the will of my people. If I do that, my reign will be as short and brutal as that of King Randall the Moronic.
That's his official title.
I thought you Scalies didn't care for politics. My friend Brandon told me all you like to do is fight. Your friend is not entirely wrong. We Timaeans do like our violence. However, I'm afraid you can never escape the struggle of politics. Whenever the Vikings disagree, they simply beat each other senseless in an arena. Perhaps my first order as king should be to adopt this custom. No more fishing, though. Sad. Yes, very sad. That was a great little minigame. My king, an envoy from Styxia has just arrived. Styxia? I was not informed of this. No one was informed, Your Highness. They showed up unannounced. Do you have dealings with the necromancers? Not that I know of. We share a border, but our interactions are very limited. They insist on speaking directly with you. What should I tell them, Your Highness? Send them in. As you command, my king.
I'm for either the best or the worst character in the game.
He's got a little skelly man with him. He is hilarious. Greetings, weak and foolish flesh bags. You now stand before I, Lord Medha. What? Servant of the secret shadow, Gravewalker extraordinaire. It is I, Medha the Beautiful, he who knows no mortal limit. Whoops, that was awkward. Sorry, folks. Sometimes he comes out and things get weird for a bit. Anyway, I'm Ahmed, the friendly skeleton servant of Darius. I think I have found my favorite character. His voice changed. Fella, don't just interrupt someone when they're talking, it's rude. And yes, my voice does change on the occasion, but pay it no mind. If you were living your second life, you would have a few screws loose too. Nyeh. You said you were a servant of Darius. Do you mean Prince Darius of Styxia? Yes, sir, the one and only. We're pleased to finally meet you. We've been following your little war effort for quite some time. I did not realize Styxia took an interest in our internal matters. What are you, stupid? Of course we keep an eye on the dragons. You can't take a dump without our intelligence agents reporting it. The last thing we want is a bunch of deranged scalies coming down. That is to say, it would be prudent to keep our eyes open. Not that we can close them. Haha, that's a skeleton joke, because I'm dead. Now that you are a king, we wish to offer support to your lordship. And yet you didn't come to my aid when Il Rodan was beating down my doors. I'm sure you'd utter the same flowery words to my brother if he were here. Yes, obviously, imbecilic fleshling. Do you think we run a church here? Charity is for those who deserve it, not a bunch of half-witted moronic... Don't mind old Medha, he just says stuff sometimes. This skeleton is quite the handful. Mang says I should have added a fishing minigame in the lava. That would have been awesome.
Lava fishing?
This is definitely the character of all time. Wait, he's racist? Medha's a 10 out of 10 character. Oh, whoops, I didn't read that. What'd that say?
No, I don't remember.
Whatever, hopefully y'all read it. I'll leave it to him, but he wants to yap about something secret.
Oh, he said, alright, what does Prince Darius want to talk about?
Oh, okay.
So,
It'll have a big benefit, not only to you, but the Lance Lord, too. Me as well, color me interested. So, what'll it be? Can you keep your mouth shut to hear him out? Alright, I give him my word that this meeting is off the books. Where does he wish to meet us? Where else but here, you stupid idiot blunderhead? You think he sent me here all by myself, moron? So, yeah, my prince is already here. Yeah. King Tyndaris, well fought. Well fought. That was quite the exciting civil war. My father and I watched the ordeal with such great anticipation. Prince Darius, I've not seen you since Mortimer's coronation ceremony. I am glad you are alive, and that our war could provide you entertainment. Ooh, I like his theme.
mm-hmm.
I am afraid I am woefully unprepared for such a royal visit, however. I do not even have servants ready to offer you food and refreshment. You must feel out of your element. Oh, it's fine. Your castle appears to be in quite the ragged state. I would hate to be a hindrance to your reconstruction efforts. I assure you, you won't slow down our artisans one bit. And glad I am to hear it. May your reign be long. Yours as well. Now what brings you, the Prince of Styxia, to my royal palace? I've actually come to speak with the Lord of Lances. Me? Really? That's right. You're the mercenary who served under Prince Bodymon. I come bearing news that I think you will find quite amusing. What news could the Prince of Styxia possibly have that would interest me? I heard you and Bodymon were quite close, almost as brothers. I do not imagine you hold much love for the new king of Andaron. That's an understatement. You'll be interested to learn that the King Mortimer has made a deal with my father. He is shipping political prisoners down to Styxia to be raised as undead slaves. What? Are you telling me somehow Bodymon did return?
No.
That would have been something. Oh, we took his body, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
What?
However, during development, there was actually an idea that was floated that the Bodymon body that we recover is actually a clone body, a fake body of some sort, and then he would like reappear as a revived corpse or something like that. But we decided not to do that. We also had like the whole funeral scene. It would feel really shitty if he did just reappear in the final chapter and you had to like fight him as like a second boss or something.
Also very convoluted.
Yeah.
I would rather
the idea is
resurrect.
It would keep in touch with what Mortimer does, which is, you know, he's a puppet master, so it would actually make more sense, but the problem is that it just feels really shitty, so we didn't want to do that.
I agree. I think that was not the right play. What? That vile bastard. 5 slave caravans have already entered. A 6th is on its way. Why would you tell us this? My father and I disagree on how best to run our glorious nation. He wishes to close it down, while I want it to open it up to the world. When I ascend the throne, I plan to end the Styxian slave trade. Shipping in prisoners from other nations is poor practice. One cannot achieve greatness with a populace in chains. Facing like a dead Lord Bodymon felt a bit cliche to me, Mang says. Too much like we're trying to mimic Naruto, Ito Tensei. Yeah. Which, by the way, in Naruto, that was like one of the coolest things ever, and I cannot believe he pulled it off, in my opinion, like, without it coming off as contrived or bad or anything. Like, I really dug that.
Mechanically, the issue that I had with Edo Tensei is it meant that, like, you know, characters... I don't like when characters die and then they can just come back very easily. If there's a big cost to it, if it's really hard to do, that's different. But if it's really easy to do, then that really undermines, like, the seriousness of death, and I don't like that.
As far as I understand, it was really hard to do. It was just that Kabuto spent his life devoted to learning how to do it. So to me, like, it was really hard, and then they're also not coming back exactly. Like, it's not just resurrected. And the other thing I think that made it work really well is that I think, especially compared to all the other shonen anime, Naruto has the absolute best power scaling. It made, like, the first villain, Zabuza, feel, he was still a threat by the end. Like, and it didn't feel weird. Because, like, when you see, especially in the movies for something like Dragon Ball, like, there's a movie where, like, Cell and Frieza get resurrected, and Gohan, having not trained at all, you know, as an adult, really, uses one hand and just, like, backhands Frieza and kills him. Because they're just so far beyond.
I think what you're talking about, though, is a power system, not exactly power scaling. I don't agree that a villain getting revived and them instantly being at the hero's level or better is good. I also don't agree that the hero's just slapping them is good. It's kind of like it needs to be balanced.
I don't think that's what happened. I think Zabuza was that scary back then, and he was still that same power when he got brought back. Like, I don't think he got scaled.
Zabuza, who is that?
That's the very first villain in Naruto. He's the guy
with the giant sword?
Yes.
The giant sword? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't feel like anybody got scaled up. I feel like everybody was as strong as they were. And we just made it so that everybody pretty consistently was scary.
Yeah.
But we'll keep going. One cannot achieve greatness with a populace in chains. So you value freedom, do you? A champion of the downtrodden? Is that why you have a skeleton servant following you around? I was thinking it. Slavery is so wrong, but eternal servitude and death, that's fine. If you're referring to my retainer, Ahmed, it was his choice to serve me in death. I would never...
It's Ahmed. It's Ahmed.
Okay.
There's no C.
Oh, thank you for the $10, Caldera. I really appreciate it. That kind of sounds like what Michaela did in Shining Force Alternate. Yeah, kind of. Very, very similar. About to start my own stream. Best of luck. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts on the start of the Styxia arc. You are 2 chapters away from my favorite map, but the most controversial. The Tomb of Horrors looms near. Oh, thanks so much for dropping by, Mangs. I greatly appreciate it. Good luck on your stream as well. I don't know what you're streaming today, but I might pop by when I'm done. Oh god, not the Tomb of Horrors. Interesting. I would never raise an unwilling soul into servitude. He insisted I do it for him. How did he know that? Though the process did sadly split his personality apart, somewhat. Why should we trust you? What do you gain from this? I do not wish to see your people serving my father in chains. However, I cannot publicly defy my father. That would be treason. So instead, you tell us to go up against your father in your place. That's a different kind of treason. I'm not telling you to do anything. I am merely a humble messenger. How you choose to act on this information is up to you. This sounds like another trap devised by Mortimer himself. I'm not falling for it. I bet your plan is to lure us into an ambush. If you decide to travel to the border to see the truth for yourself, then I offer to go there with you. I will be completely at your mercy. I would be a fool to try and ambush you under such circumstances. You risk much coming here. Not only your life, but the wrath of your father, too. Everything in life requires some risk. I do not shun away from it. Anyway, I shall give you privacy to talk. Come see me when you've reached a decision. I will eagerly await your response. So, Mortimer has an alliance with the King of Styxia. Do you believe it? Nothing is beneath that treacherous rat, though I trust this Darius even less. You would be very wise not to. The Styxians are schemers. Darius is quite different from his father, though, I will say. How so? He's a lot more talkative, for one. His father's a man of few words. Much more fond of making threats than compromises. The King of Styxia is a monster who released a plague on Andaron. It wiped out half our population. My old man perished due to it. I seem to recall that your people were laying siege to their capital. Yeah, Bod would often say the same. They acted in self-defense, Jaka. But I don't care. It was a vile act. Bloody necros and their black magic. Desperate times called for desperate measures, though I do agree it was reprehensible. Will you travel down to the border, then? See if these slave caravans really exist. I don't know. If what Darius says is true, then I can't just sit by and do nothing. What would you do if you were me? I would go and speak with your men, and perhaps also to Darius himself. Maybe you'll learn something new. Sounds like a plan.
So I actually wrote a good chunk of that intro and a lot of the outro. I didn't, in the Stixie arc, I did not do much rewriting. So in other words, there are a lot of early chapters where I would go through and I would like heavily change what the story events were and stuff to make them fit better. In Stixie, I mostly kept it the same. However, I did make some changes to the villain because originally the villain's plan was really, really, really dumb.
What was it?
I'll tell you when you finish the arc, if I remember.
Okay, I'll try and remind you.
If you remind me. Yeah.
I see you guys were smart, too. You took away that chest I didn't get.
Yeah.
The other ones are still there, so I was like, That one's still there.
That's funny. Usually in a Gaiden, all the chests are there, but they're just opened. That's kind of funny.
Well, I just
By the way,
thought
did you see the updated map, the world map that I made for this game?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I couldn't help but notice that Darius said you two met at Mortimer's coronation ceremony. Yes, as the respective princes of both our nations, it was expected for us to show. My father was too sick to travel himself, and Darius's father was also occupied. So you were both there personally. You saw Mortimer get crowned. What was it like? I have witnessed a few coronation ceremonies in my lifetime. I was there when both King Caithus and King Thorgrim were crowned. I find such events dreadfully dull, if I am to be perfectly honest. Though I suppose Mortimer did go about it a little differently. How so? He first gave a grand speech about the downfall of his dear beloved brothers. Then he renounced House Steel and said his family was not fit to rule Andaron. After that, he announced his marriage to Lady Brianna of House Flameguard. Thus, he took on her surname, making her House Flameguard the new royal family. So Mortimer decided to adopt the twisted ways of his mother's family. I hear that the Flameguards are known for marrying inside their own family. Is this common among you humans? No, this is something unique to their house. They talk about keeping their bloodline pure. I think this vile practice is the reason why so many of their family members go mad. Lord Gareth, the former head of the house, married his cousin, Lady Cassandra. I really think it would have been funny if Jaka had, like, a line that was like, see, I'm racist, but, like, they are more, like, picture that, but, like, more.
Look, I might be racist, but I'm not gonna bang my cousin, okay? So at least I'm a good person.
Though I don't know why they do it. I don't know why they care yet. A few years later, he mysteriously died, and Lady Cassandra has been ruling ever since. Mysteriously. Indeed. Oh, something did happen. A fight almost broke out. Between who? Lord Wester of House Windlands protested quite profusely. He disapproved of the royal family partaking in such vile acts. Ah, Sham's dad. I should have known. He always was a man of tradition. Nearly came to blows between him and Lord Alvaro of Flameguard. I was quite sad when his younger son, William, defused the situation. A good brawl would have added some much-needed entertainment. So there's some conflict between Mortimer's allies. Maybe they're not as united as I first anticipated. You think we could attempt to sow division among them? It's a possibility for sure. Do you have any spies inside Andaron? Sadly, this civil war ruined Mayet's infrastructure. A network of spies has to be rebuilt from the ground up. Once that happens, however, I'll let you know what I can do. Thanks, Sindaris. You have proven yourself to be a person of integrity. A true Tamayaton never forgets what he owes.
A Lannister always pays his debts.
Yeah,
By the way, if you recruit Ash, she appears over there to the left of the throne, and she has a pretty funny combo.
Ash was one of the Dragon Sisters, right?
Yep,
but I got
Miriam's sister, the one who has the meteor.
Why is he running for me?
I don't know. What could it be?
Jaka, a moment of your time. Yeah, what is it? I just received a letter from my family. What does House Darkholm want? I'm not sure. My parents did not say. They only want me to return home. Apparently, they want to give me a gift of some kind. How exciting. Sounds ominous. They promised I would be free to return to your side in due time. Or they plan to sell you to Mortimer, where you'd be tortured for information on us. You wound me, Jaka. My family would never. I don't know your family that well. No one in Andaron does, really. However, I don't think any house is beneath trickery or deceit. Still, if they wish for you to have something, it might be valuable. So what would you have me do? I will follow your instructions.
Okay, so you can send Angelus home. He'll disappear for like 4 or 5 chapters. When he comes back, he has dark magic, which is very cool. But he loses the ability to dance. In the meantime, on the next chapter, at the end of the next chapter, you will get a new dancer to replace him. She's better in some ways, worse in some others. But it also means you won't have a dancer for the entirety of next chapter. So basically, it's up to you. If you want to get a new character, then you send him home. I will say this, though. She doesn't have hardly any story presence or anything interesting really to say, so if you're doing it,
want the new character.
Yeah, then you can just send him home. He does come back with dark magic, so.
I think you should go see your family. Truly, are you not skeptical? Of course I am, but what do we really have to lose? You're just our bard. Oh, Jaka, you little jokester. I shall give my mother and father your best. I wasn't joking. It's also interesting, like, I want to see, I assume he has, like, new animations and stuff, like, yeah, I kind of want to see it. House Wincest. Definitely. Yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of Game of Thrones inspiration. Hey, Jaheira, you seem to be deep in thought. Are you looking at Helga? King Tindaris called her beautiful. Oh, I see, you're jealous. Pardon? Hey, it's fine, we've all been there. Why would I be jealous? I'm guessing you've got a thing for your king. I don't blame you, he's a handsome fellow. Utterly ridiculous. I am his retainer. I'm merely looking out for him. Hey now, the heart knows what it wants. I know a thing or two about forbidden love. I'm merely attempting to observe what he sees in this human. If my king is to pick his first mate, she must be vetted properly. Mate? You mean queen? Tmayet has no king. Queen. Only a dragon king. But Tindaris had a mother. What was she called? The Dragon King has multiple concubines. Our late king had 13 in total. Concubines, huh? I'd love to see someone try and call Helga that to her face. Being a concubine to the Dragon King is a position of the highest honor. The Manakete race has sadly suffered from low fertility and slow birth rates. Even with a harem of various partners, the king only ever had 2 sons. I guess your customs make a bit more sense to me now. However, was Tindaris' mother not a full-blooded dragon? How did that pairing happen? When he was younger, our king would take flight and travel the world as a dragon. One time, he visited Andaron, and when he came back, he brought a human with him. Her name was Liana. She was a noble. Wait, Liana? That name rings a bell. I'm rusty on my Andaron nobility, but I swear Samuel told me a story once. I think this Liana was a flame guard. Yes, now that you mention it, she was Liana of House Flame Guard. You're telling me Tindaris is actually the son of a Flame Guard noble. That would mean he's related to Bodymon, albeit quite distantly. I'm thinking that means he has a claim to the throne of Andaron now.
That is, you know, honestly, maybe not the throne of Andaron, but definitely a claim to the Flame Guard throne. Remember that Bodymon's mother was Cassandra's sister. So Liana was probably also Cassandra's sister, or maybe a cousin, or something like that, so...
But that means he would have a claim to the throne of Andaron, because it's now Flame Guard. So I'm like, that's nuts. Human bloodlines never did matter much to us. We never bothered to look into them that deeply. Well, that's an interesting bit of history for sure. So I take it Tindaris has yet to pick any concubines. Not yet, but as our new king, he has a duty to begin picking them as soon as possible. I will, of course, vet them properly to make sure they are all suitable partners. What does that mean? Concubine must have certain traits and important qualities to be a suitable match. Like having pink hair, perhaps. I don't follow. Why would hair color matter? You really are dense. You humans make no sense at all to me. Helga, got a moment? What is it? Can we talk about your relationship with your grandmother?
So this conversation, okay, so this conversation is full of errors, and the reason is we went back and I rewrote everything involving Scylla in the Hornheim arc, and then we didn't have time to edit this, or I overlooked it or something. So everything she says here is pretty much wrong. It's based on like old information.
Oh, darn. Why this sudden interest in my family life? You think she was always a monster? No, I do not. How can you be so sure? Because the Scylla I grew up with was not the woman you met in that tent. Can you elaborate? My grandmother was always stern and somewhat cold, that much is true. However, she was not the emotionless and empty husk you saw in Hornheim. When I was young, I remember seeing her laugh, cry, despair, and even love. A variety of many human emotions that no monster would be able to emulate. When would you say that this changed? It was back when my parents perished. Scylla claimed they died in a blizzard. However, now I'm not so sure anymore. I think she may have killed them both. So you think at some point Scylla may have undergone a transformation? After the death of my mother and father, I never saw Scylla smile or laugh again. I thought she was grieving and that maybe that despair had hardened her heart. However, I think there's another reason. And what would that be? Scylla would often travel to Helheim alone. Every time she came back, she changed. It was as if she left a small part of herself back in the void, a fragment of her soul. One night, I walked into her tent and heard her talking to someone. Who was she talking to? She never mentioned his name, but it was clear it was someone of great importance. And you didn't think this was strange? My grandmother often communed with dark spirits, so I didn't think much about it. However, it was something in the way that she spoke with this one that gave me chills. She had an obedient tone in her voice, as if she was speaking to an authority figure. When she noticed me, she became furious and chased me out of her tent at once. I tried asking her about it later, but she didn't want to speak a word about it to me. So who do you think it was? At the time, I had no idea, but after our visit to Helheim, I have some suspicions. I believe she was communicating with Lord Asmodeus, the Supreme King of Terrors. Do you remember the Demon Emperor who appeared and chased us out of Helheim? That was him. That was Lord Asmodeus. I didn't want to believe it at first. If I made a deal with him as Jaka, would this speak going differently?
Yeah, this is a different conversation.
Okay, good. Jaka, you look white as a sheet. Helga, when we were in Helheim, I heard a voice inside my head. What did it say to you? It knew I wanted to kill Mortimer and offered me the power to do so. Please don't tell me you accepted the deal. Oh, here we go. Of course not. You and I, same wavelength. Good, you are not... Huh?
Same brainwaves, yeah.
You're not as great a fool as I thought you were. Do you think this Asmodeus had a hand in what happened to Scylla? It might very well be that the ritual creates some kind of unholy pact with him, yes. Damn it. What will this mean for Aemon when he grows up? Jaka, if the worst comes to pass, I should be the one to do it. Do what? The unthinkable. It can't be you, nor Elanda. The burden should be mine. I won't let it come to that, Helga. I'll do whatever it takes not to. I will scour the world for a cure or a solution before that happens. I understand. So
yeah, Helga knows her grandmother was a monster, so that conversation where she's like, I don't know, maybe she was a monster, like, her grandmother literally told her to her face. But in the original version of the game, Scylla was very sneaky, and like nobody knew. It was very ambiguous, and I made it a lot less ambiguous. Ironlance asked.
I was gonna comment. I was gonna bring that up.
Yeah, what did he say? Oh, the de facto answer. So we don't know what the de facto answer is because I didn't have time to do a lot of rewriting and stuff, and it wasn't entirely clear from the beginning. The answer is Scylla is everything. She's a lot like Palpatine. She's a frickin' skinwalker. She was always a demon. She was always a monster, but not really. Like, it's all over the place. So I say don't think about it too clearly. I'll try and fix it in my remake.
So the official answer right now is unclear.
Yeah, it's unclear.
Okay.
Maybe there's even a bit of ambiguity, and that's a good thing. So if you talk to Darius,
we don't have to know everything.
If you talk to Darius, that ends the chapter. Okay. So you probably cut around the left and go up.
Yeah. People are also correcting you, saying even if you took the deal, he says the same.
No, if you take the deal, he says something different, but maybe it's not in the ROM correctly.
Okay.
I definitely wrote different dialogue for that.
Maybe it got cut for space or something.
It could also just be a flag error that happens.
Man, I never thought I'd see the royal castle from the inside. Last time I was here, I only saw it from quite far away. You've been to Timea? You never told me. My father brought me here on a mission with King Thorgrim. I was barely a teenager, but I cried until he let me come too. My mother was furious when father agreed to bring me. I can't quite do the voice I want to for her because my throat is still not better. Your mother's name was Ellen, wasn't it? Bodymon told me she fell at the siege of Holtmire. Yeah, alongside both of my brothers. That left me as Robert's sole child. And we ended up taking his life as well. I'm so sorry for that, Isabel. What's up?
I said be right back.
Okay. I've been so caught up in my own loss that I never stopped to consider yours. I was devastated when news of my father's death reached me. However, he always told me he would not die quietly in a bed. As a knight, he always knew his death would come in battle. He rode into conflict against your company, knowing well the risks. You were just defending yourself. I cannot blame you for his death. You're a lot more mature than I ever hoped to be, or I could ever hope to be, Isabel. If my father's killer was allowed to freely travel in this group, well, I wouldn't be very rational. This Prince Darius just showed up. Do you blame him for your father's death? It was his father, King Kengax, who unleashed the plague on Andaron. And that plague ended up killing my old man shortly after the war. I don't know if Prince Darius played any part in it. That's hard to say. Normally, I wouldn't blame a son for the sins of a father, but, you know, something about Darius unsettles me greatly. His speech is too fluid. I know what you mean. Smooth talkers are often dishonest. And yet, if Darius speaks the truth, and Mortimer is shipping slaves to Styxia, then you'd be foolish to turn a blind eye to him. What do you think I should do, Isabel? You should go with him and see the truth with your own eyes. And if we walk straight into an ambush at the border, then we'll just have to crush them. Sometimes I admire your resolve.
Did you get that?
What?
Admires her resolve.
Oh, so dumb. I get her not being super upset too, because it's like, you know, her father didn't just get killed. Like, you know, it's kind of like this is always how he was gonna go in some way. Like, he kind of brought it on himself, like with his own choices. I think you kind of have to understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And some people don't. Like, I get that some people, like, I don't know if Jaka would be that way, are just going to be really, like, emotion-driven. But I appreciate that it feels like she kind of gets it. Jaka, I need to speak with you for a moment. What's on your mind, Ariel? I don't think I'm cut out for this. Cut out for what? Fighting. Killing. What makes you say that? Well, you've been benched, was my thought, so fine. I'm an Ashburn, born to one of the most ferocious fighting families in Andaron, and yet every time I swing my axe into life, I feel a great remorse. All this fighting has been weighing quite heavily on me as of late. Combat takes its toll on us, Ariel. You are not alone in feeling this way. Sometimes when I'm alone, I too feel an overwhelming sense of despair. But when I think of my father and brother, they'd laugh as they charged into battle. How could I be so different from them? They both killed without remorse or mercy. Meanwhile, I feel the burden of my own guilt almost crushing me beneath its weight. You're a normal human who was born into a house of killers. That is a strength, not a weakness. It's what makes you unique. Never lose that part of yourself. So many people throw it away. The history of my house is a history of pure violence. The Ashburns are only known for their sheer brutality. Without that, how can I even call myself one of them? Then change the course of your house, Ariel. It's been our identity for generations. I can't just walk in and remove that. And why not? Give me one good reason why that isn't possible. My family would never accept it. Then make them accept it. Be stronger than them. They'll have no choice but to follow you then. You want me to fight with violence with violence? Only for as long as you have to, until you bring about change. Isn't that going against everything I believe? Strength itself is not an evil, Ariel. It's a tool, just like anything else. Using violence to end violence is just called fighting for the right thing. But would I not be a hypocrite? Well, if you want to speak about hypocrites, Samuel once told me something important. The world needs warriors who know how to wield swords, but still keep them sheathed. He may have failed to live up to his words, but they still stayed with me all this time. I sometimes repeat those very words back to myself at night to help me relax. Thank you for your words, Jacket. You've given me much to think about. Anytime, Ariel. Very interesting stuff. Chaka, I need to speak with you about Alanda's condition. She's not getting better, I take it. I've been doing everything I can to treat her, but it appears that she is what? She appears to be aging rapidly. What? I thought it was... Goodness. My throat's giving out a little.
Yeah. I did a lot of talking yesterday, so my throat hurts too.
I'm getting over strep. I worried it was going to be one of those, she has lost the will to live.
No, not exactly.
The witches, they depleted her life energy to a breaking point. She's become like a sieve that leaks water uncontrollably. That's terrible. Is there anything we can do to help? I've spent hours poring over old tomes containing medical knowledge. I haven't been able to find information about magic that speeds up aging. Is her condition incurable? The only lead I found is that light magic might counter the toxic darkness. But unfortunately, only a magus adept in the greatest arcane arts would suffice. A royal lightbringer capable of casting 100 spells at once, like Caithus. What about her baby? How's Eamon doing? Eamon is a strange child. He hardly shows any emotion. However, he starts to cry when my staff draws near. This does worry me a little bit. You saw what Skilla really was. You think Eamon will grow up to become one of them? I have to believe that's not the case. I wouldn't know what to tell Yolanda. Oh, Jaka. Well, even if he does, like, is a skinwalker, like, set, you know, to be evil? Like, if you raise it from a baby and take care of it, like, I don't know.
Hard to say.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
The little baby sprite, just, like, looking there, like...
He's like, goo goo gaga.
Hey, Londa, how are you feeling?
How does it look like I'm feeling?
I see the look in your eyes. My appearance disturbs you. Sorry. I'm only worried for you, Alonda. I'm trying not to stress you. I want to do the old woman voice, but I can't do it right now. I do not fear for my own life, Jaka. However, I do worry for little Eamon. I worry what he might become when he grows up to become a man. You saw what Skilla was. Just because Skilla was a monster does not mean Eamon will become one. And you know this how. I don't, but I have to believe it. You have to as well. But what if we were wrong? We'll cross that bridge when we reach it. Until then, we give Eamon what he needs. He should be treated with love and care like all children deserve. Thank you, Jaka. I draw my strength from your words. If Bodymon was here now, he would surely say the same. And what do you think Bodymon would say about Darius and his request? Bodymon, being the trusting fool that he was, would surely rush headfirst to the border. However, I'm not so naive as to take the words of a necromancer at face value. The Styxians are a foul blight upon Aurora. They reject the teachings of the divines. Nothing good can come from colluding with their twisted ambitions. I figured you would say that. If you plan to go to the border, I will still go there with you. However, never let your guard down for even a moment. Whatever I decide to do, I promise to be careful. Looking like a California raisin. Oh, yeah, unfortunately.
I actually think Alanda's cutest portrait is the one when her wounds have healed right after the Skilla attack.
I did like that.
Because she awakens the protective instinct.
I know, we talked about that. Theo, I want to ask your advice on what to do regarding Darius and his request. I heard his speech. Do you believe Mortimer is selling off prisoners? Turning them into undead slaves? That sounds vile, even for him. At this point, I wouldn't put anything past him. I don't trust the necromancers, but if it really is true, we have to do something. Our own people are being condemned to a fate that is far worse than death. To have your soul eternally enslaved and denied rest in the great beyond goes against everything we believe. I mean, Jaka doesn't believe it, but what if this is a plot to lead us all into ambush? Then we should expose ourselves to the risk as long as Alanda and her child are safe. Just like that, huh? What if this is a trap, devised by Mortimer to kill us all? I've been a knight my whole life, so I can only speak from my position as a knight. Today I put my own safety above that of my people. I am a knight in name only. Even if I march towards uncertainty, possible death, I cannot waver. If there's a chance that the innocent are being victimized, I must go to their aid. That is the only way I know how to live as a proud knight of Andaron. Very idealistic. I personally don't give a rat's butt about honor. I'll gladly brawl in the mud and sully my honor if it means winning. Then you would be no better than Mortimer. No, there's a big difference. I won't betray my friends. And what about the people of Andaron? If I knew that Darius spoke the honest truth, I'd already be giving the orders to leave. The problem is that I do not trust him. And then trust your instincts. What are they telling you? That Darius is speaking the truth, and that I'd be a fool to trust him. Then I'd say go with him to the border, and don't ever let your guard down. That's fair. Yeah, I like that plan of action.
Theo's such a cool character. I just wish we had more of him.
Yeah.
You're not going to be seeing him in the story at all after Timea. I mean, even after Hornheim. He's just only there for guidance.
Divines be good. Divines be good. How many arrows are in that vial? A few hundred at the moment. I plan to make many more. Wait, you made all of those? Ever since we arrived in Timea, I've been shooting down so many wyvern riders. Good wood is hard to come by here, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. We've won the war here. I doubt we'll be shooting down more wyverns. You don't think the people we kicked in the teeth will come back for revenge? It never hurts to be prepared. You sure like to take everything into account, don't you? I ran away from home when I was 14. A scared little girl with no survival skills. I almost starved to death during the first few days. I didn't even know how to cook. A life on the road taught me that I had to look out for myself. No one else is going to. Why did you run away from home? I was told my father perished in a fire, leaving me alone. My half-brothers were not very kind to me after his passing. I decided it was better to be on my own rather than with them. Brothers are supposed to look after their sisters. Dang cowards. Their mother utterly despised me. I think she saw me as a threat. She said I looked too much like the harlot who ensnared her husband. You're a noble, aren't you? Is that obvious? I hoped I had discarded my mannerisms by now. That's not it. You mentioned earlier that you posed a threat to your brothers. That alone gave away your true nature. Aren't only nobles view their family as threats? Well, you nailed it. Your skills with the bow combined with your golden hair pretty much gives it away. You're a noble of House Ring, aren't you? I suspected it from the moment we met. However, you seem to want to keep it a secret, so I didn't force the issue. You're almost correct. I'm a bastard of House Ring, actually. My mother was a commoner. So you must be the daughter of Lord Wilbert. Bodymon told me he perished in a fire. Kurt's real name is Wilbert?
You didn't know that?
I knew who he was. I didn't know his name was Wilbert.
Well, you know what? It used to be Will Bertley, and I was like, no, Mengs, that's too stupid, Mengs. We can't use Will Bertley, Mengs.
I mean, we're still right there. I would have said just commit to being in that silly. I see why he goes by a different name.
Mm-hmm.
We fought against your brother at the Battle of Karanos River, did we not? We did. My other brother, Gabriel, was there too, but he ran away like he tends to do. I don't know much about the Ring family at all. Liam and Gabriel, what were they like growing up? Liam was a loudmouth and an idiot, always wanting to prove himself. Gabriel was the quiet one, but he's the more dangerous of the two. Dangerous how? Liam was straightforward. It wasn't hard to read him or know what he wanted. Thus, he was pretty easy to handle, even when his temper got the best of him. Gabriel, on the other hand, was cold and calculating, quiet but terribly cruel. He's the kind of person to lure you into a trap before he puts an arrow in you. Also, he's by far the most talented with a bow, better than Liam or even myself. So he's cold, eh? That makes me wonder, how did you feel fighting your family? Nothing really. Not even a little bit of remorse? Nah, what good would that do me? Useless emotions are best discarded. You're human, Haley. It's only natural to feel something when fighting your family. Guess I was a bit annoyed. It's not really what I'm at. Are we done with the pep talk now? I'd like to go back to making arrows. My apologies. It wasn't my intention to pry or anything. No offense taken.
So, regarding Haley, I wrote her for the entire game without knowing that she was a bastard of House Ring. Including, I actually missed this conversation. I just kept writing like she was just like those were her brothers.
Yeah.
I really don't know if I like the bastard thing. Like, she could just be a member of the house and she's just bullied because she's a threat to them and not because she's a bastard. Like, why don't they all just share the same mother? There's a lot of characters that are like bastard children, and I feel like it gets a little bit too excessive at times.
Maybe.
But it's also kind of like it's fine, I guess.
Dawn, what do you think of this Darius fellow? He's a kind boy, a child who makes others happy. Really? Then I guess we shouldn't worry too much. That's why he's such a sinister influence. You lost me. No doubt you're aware of how the nobles act. Kind words, hidden blades. Darius is no different. His father is a wretched man born of evil. The autofilter didn't like that, Iron Lance, but it's fine. My children should have killed the necromancers. Their failure is a stain on my own name. You're saying Darius speaks softly, but he's planning to backstab us? You legit thought she was just the youngest child of House Ring? I mean...
Yeah. That's how I wrote her, so it wouldn't surprise me if people thought that. You don't even learn she's a bastard until this chapter, and it's the one conversation of hers I didn't edit.
I see. The King of Styxia is a monster, unlike anything you can imagine. Much like Scylla's dark-touched soul, he is pure evil. But his son will not harm us. I'm getting more and more confused. Should we trust Darius or not? I will only say this. Eliminating one evil can sometimes make another arise. Who is to say if the apple will not stay close to its roots? Ominous. Yeah, he could be just telling us the truth and also not be a good guy. Never thought I'd find myself this deep into scaly territory. My throat's really giving out. Ugh.
We might end it after this.
Probably so. I've noticed that some of the castle's residents have been glaring intensely. They don't seem very happy with you. Understandable, I probably killed some of their family members. Correction, I definitely killed a lot of their family members. I've heard some of the locals call you the Hermit of Death. What a title. Did you really shoot down that many Wyvern Riders? Lost count after 70. It's a wonder the Tamayatin military didn't send patrols to kill you. Oh, but they did, several times. I just outsmarted those lizards every time. I lived in the Dragon Tooth Mountains for years. I knew every rock. When I noticed their patrols, I just went into hiding until they gave up. Then I followed them and put arrows in them at night while they slept. This may sound a bit harsh, but why the intense hatred for Tamayatans? Talking about hypocritical. It all started one day when that ugly woman Leonora landed in my garden. I spent years trying to get something to grow up in that harsh, cold soil. I was, at long last, due to get a yield of ripe tomatoes when she arrived. Her dumb lumbering beast stomped on the soil, destroying my hard work. This conflict started over to stated. There's a typo.
That's the second typo in this chapter.
Over tomatoes? That's how it all began at any rate. She just showed up at my cabin. She probably thought I was just some harmless hermit she could bully. Maybe she was just hoping she could extort some food or gold out of me. I told her to piss off, of course, but she didn't exactly take no for an answer. Expoto says, Leonora's not ugly. I agree. So I strung my bow and decided to put an arrow straight in her chest. She survived thanks to a nice shield she was carrying, but she was pissed. She was quite tough, so I had to flee, but she swore she'd come back. After that day, I just started to shoot down any wyvern who came too close. Better to be safe than sorry, I say. You seem to have lived quite an exciting life for a hermit. Compared to my old life, my days up in the mountains are pretty dull.
One of my favorite, I don't know if you'd call it a running joke, but a theme in Andaron, maybe. All the racist characters, like Jaka, have the dumbest reasons for being racist.
Yeah. What do you want, Stabby? Can't you see I'm busy? Can't say I do. What are you doing? That was kind of awkwardly phrased. Just standing around hoping to be left alone by annoying people asking stupid questions. You are absolutely charming. Anyone ever tell you that? Once or twice. I hear you're one of Tamayat's strongest. They call you the Soaring Shrieker. How did that nickname come about? Guess it's because of Erdion, my weaver. I don't know why, I feel like she's Russian.
I've literally never heard anyone say that, but you know what? You do you, man.
She shouldn't be, because she's from Tamayat, and that's not how I have the rest of them speak, so... He shrieks like a dying girl in battle. At first I found it annoying, but then I noticed it scared my enemies crapless. Figured I'd just let him keep at it. He's even louder when he's hungry. Tandaris tells me you're the leader of the Order of Wyvern Knights. Is that some kind of elite group? You bet your butt. We're the top drakes. Wyvern Knights are the pride of Tamaet. We strike fear into the heart of our foes. Our lances can pierce the toughest armor. No one can stand up to us in battle. Sounds like you would be handy to have if Tamaet goes to war. Andaron's got some strong knights wearing heavy plate armor. The Steel Knights in particular are almost impervious to harm. We'd send those walking tin cans packing with a single charge. I hope to see that one day. I don't. War is bothersome. I'm surprised she feels that way. How come? I'd think a strong warrior like yourself would relish the chance to fight. Bah, I'd rather cruise nice and easy all the way till retirement. Now, guarding the palace, that's a job I can see myself doing just fine. Plenty of time for napping, eating, drinking, and playing dice. You are not what I thought you'd be. It's not the first time I hear someone say that. My sisters would berate me constantly, every day. Oh, Miriam, you're wasting your talents away. Oh, Miriam, you should try to exert yourself more. Blah, blah, so tiresome. So your ultimate dream is just to slack off and never work. Hell yeah. Earn myself some cash so I never have to exert myself again. Just kick back with a good drink and some good meat. Living the good life. But until then, I guess I just have to keep skewering fools now and then. I'm awesome at killing after all. At least you know what you want. Yep, and right now I'm good to go for a nap, so stop yapping your trap and sod off. Guess I will. Really wonder what Jesse could have to say here.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty interesting. It's one of the better convos.
Oh man, my bro Jaka. We gotta get out of here. Oh, what's wrong, Jesse? I don't know how we both ended up here, but we gotta leave before he finds us. Jesse, you're being incoherent. What's going on with you? I just woke up from a nap, and I have no idea how I ended up in this place. Is this a bad dream? Pinch my arm! Jesse, will you calm yourself down? What is scaring you so much? How did we end up inside Castle Flameguard? Castle Flameguard, what are you on about? Jesse, we're in the Tamaetan Royal Palace. Huh? We are? But... Oh, right. That's... It looks so similar. Alvaro, he's not... Jesse, have you been on the dust again? No. I've been clean for at least 2 days. How would you even know what Castle Flameguard looks like on the inside? I was there a few times with Bod back in the day, but you're just some rogue. I wouldn't even know where to begin. You mentioned Alvaro. Did you know him? Oh, I know him. He's evil incarnate, a monster wearing human disguise. He was Bodymon's cousin, but Bod said he never felt like family to him at all. He didn't care much for the Flame Guards, except for his mother Maria, of course. Oh yes, Lady Maria, along with Father John. They were the only ones who treated me well. Jesse, you are not making any sense. How would you know Bod's mother? I doubt she hung around in the slums. I'm sorry, Jaka bro. I need to be alone. Man, sometimes I worry if all the dust has permanently addled his brain. His grasp on reality was always weak, but I feel like it's gotten worse. Jesse, what a mess you've become. I have sadly learned that more and more as I grow up. Like, I have friends that, you know, have experimented with various substances here and there. And, you know...
Permanent damage.
Yeah. Like, you worry about addiction and stuff, but even aside from that, there's some that it's like... You're just a little off sometimes, you know?
My mom knew a guy, and he was a really cool dude. He had like a high IQ, he went to school and everything. But he went to a bar with some of his, and I air quote, friends. They spiked his drink with antifreeze.
Wow.
And it ruined him. It destroyed his brain. He survived, but now he has grand mal seizures all the time, and I don't even know if he's still alive, but like, yeah, it gave him like a terrible blood clot in his brain.
Jeez.
And he pretty much became like, I'm not gonna use the word, but you know, like, mentally disabled.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really sad. They must have spiked it with a lot.
Antifreeze is lethal, even not lethal, but it's extremely poisonous, even in small doses.
Yeah, I've had some.
You can put a little bit of like antifreeze on dog food and poison dogs. And that's what a lot of people have done to like kill stray dogs.
I had some because I was working on my car at one point. I was working on my radiator and it exploded. So, ingested some antifreeze there. Or no, that's Coolant. Is that the same thing?
Coolant is not the same as antifreeze, I don't think.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the same. I'm not a car person. I don't know these things.
I'm not a car guy, no.
But I went to get checked out at a clinic. A kind stranger saw me laying on the ground and took me to a health clinic. And I was like, should I be concerned about that? And the nurse goes, if you had ingested enough to hurt you, we would know. By now, you wouldn't be sitting up talking to me.
Jeez.
Hey, Runa, what are you doing here all alone, sulking in a corner? Oh, hello, Mr. Jaka. What's wrong? You seem upset. Oh, I'm sorry. I know that we've accomplished a lot ever since arriving here in Temea. But I feel like I'm no closer to finding my dad. I've asked, but no one here knows anything. I'm sorry to hear that, but how can you know he's even still alive? My mom told me he was a powerful sage. There's no way anybody could defeat him. Being powerful is no indicator of survival. It's rather the opposite, in fact, I'd say. Strong people often tend to get involved in conflicts that are beyond their power. Bodymon was strong and very good at fighting, and yet he died all the same. I just don't want to believe that my father's actually dead. That all of this was for nothing. This whole journey hasn't been for nothing. You've made quite a few friends, right? We've suffered hardships together, but you have also gained a lot of exciting memories. You'll be telling your future children about your adventures one day, I'm sure. I just wish that I could tell my father about them as well. Keep your chin up, Runa. We might run into him yet. Thanks for the encouragement. It's what I do. Hey, Sigrid, you seem starry-eyed. You see something interesting? I know we've been here for a month, but this castle never ceases to amaze me. Look at how the lava flows around the interior. How did the drakes build it? Tandara says his people build their dwellings with obsidian. Apparently it doesn't melt even when exposed directly to lava. As for how they built all of this on top of a lava river, I imagine that must have taken many decades of effort. I've spent all my life around ice and snow. To see something like this is quite amazing. It's so hot here. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I can't say the same for your sister. Helga's always been moody. I've learned to ignore it. I can't imagine growing up with her was easy. The hoodless Sigrid. Yeah, it's still different to see. Oh, it wasn't bad. She's not like this when we're together. She just doesn't like outsiders ever since our mom and dad died. One day, I hope everyone will see her gentler side. She did give her life, force, to save Elanda. It was a selfless act. My sister is very quick to shoulder blame. She felt like what happened was her fault. As such, she felt that she should pay the price for what Elanda had to endure. If anyone is to blame for what happened to Ayla, it's me. I was so fixated on the mission that I didn't consider her safety. I never should have left her alone with those damn Scotty witches. Oh, I'm sorry, Sigrid. I was not implying you were one of them. That's okay. I feel angry about it too. I knew some of them for a long time. To think that so many of them were monsters in disguise is sickening. Do you think that there ever will be a Clan Scotty after this? I don't know. It would be nice to take the surviving members and make a new clan. We could name it something new, like Clan Pink Fluffy Snow Bunnies. Yeah, we might have to workshop that one a little. Yeah, it's a little weird for her to use a word like sickening and then be like Pink Fluffy Snow Bunnies.
Yeah.
Jaka, there you are. I need you to get me everything written here. Hello to you too. This is quite the long list, Harriet. There must be 50 things on here. Do you really need all this stuff? I'm running low on medical supplies, like ointment to treat burn wounds. Can't you just use your stabs? Hey, silly boy, you don't know anything about how healing stabs work, do you? I must admit, it was never an area of expertise I've bothered to delve into. Well, you know, Fire Emblem doesn't really know how they work either. Sometimes they can save you from the death's doorstep, and sometimes they don't do anything.
I actually have an entire system for how staves and magic work that I plan to implement someday.
I like that, because, yeah, Fire Emblem has no idea. Staves can only heal surface flesh wounds. They can knit flesh and mend broken bones. However, some underlying symptoms, such as burns and infections, must still be treated. Okay, at least somebody came up with logic here. Yeah, I remember now. My sister was able to learn how to wield staves to help my mother. However, the staff can only alleviate the pain caused by your symptoms, not cure the illness. Ah yes, Femke, was it? You told me about her when I healed your scar. How is the little brat doing? I haven't seen her in a while, but I have a friend named Brandon watching over her. He's like a father to me. I would trust him with my life, and the life of my family. He sends me letters on the regular to let me know how they're doing back in Holtmeyer. Femke cried a lot when she learned I left without saying goodbye, but she's fine now. If Femke wants some training on how to use stabs after this war ends, send it me. I'd be happy to teach the girl some tricks. I wish I had a proper teacher at her age. Divine's note would have saved me some lives back when I was a battle medic in the war. You served in the Styxian War, did you not? You might have been around my old man. His name was Jomki. Does that ring a bell? A faint one, perhaps, though I healed a lot of men back then. It was an awful war, unlike any I've ever seen before or since. Those damn necromancers use magical disease as weapons. I take it you're not thrilled with Prince Darius being here, though. What is your opinion of him? Compared to his father, that cub seems meek and utterly harmless. Yet a little lamb can often show itself to be a dangerous lion. Mortimer is an example of that. So do you think we should accept this offer? I would not, but I don't think my opinion will hold much sway with you young folks. You would all throw yourselves upon spears if you thought it would win you the war. Utterly reckless and foolish, all of you. Well, I appreciate your honesty, Lady Harriet, and your advice. Well then, enough talk. I want you to get me every item on that list. Chop chop. I want those reagents as early as yesterday. I know better than to refuse.
So one interesting thing about her dialogue there was that she remembered Femke's name, but she's characterized as someone who always forgets names. It's weird she'd remember Jaka's sister.
I don't know.
Maybe Femke is really just that cute.
Could be. Hello, Mr. Skeleton. Lord of Lances, how is it going, my fleshy guy? You know, forgetting a name is rude, right? I'm Ahmed, the friendly skeleton. Cheers! Right, Ahmed. Sorry, it's just, you're a skeleton. It's a little morbid that I'm talking to a dead guy. Hahaha, I'm a skeleton? You're a skeleton, Lord of Lances. What do you think is inside that flesh body of yours? I merely have less meat on my bones compared to you. I hadn't thought of it like that before. But you're still a dead man, yes? And now you're enslaved to Darius, forever. Let's get one thing clear. I am not Lord Darius's slave. I am more like his undying best friend, his buddy. He bound you with black magic. You lack free will. Don't you have to follow all of his commands? That isn't something a best friend would do. Aha, now that's a good laugh coming from the likes of you. Pardon? You act as if you have free will, but you don't, moron. You're as much a slave as me. No, I'm not. That's ridiculous. Is it? You're a slave to your body and desires, fleshbag. Your quest to kill Mortimer proves that you are a slave. You need to sleep every night. It is also evidence of your slavery. If one's desires make them into a slave, then we're all slaves. Yes, good. Now you're beginning to understand. This is nonsense. This nonsense is what I get for talking to a skeleton. You're just mad that my logic is perfect and flawless. The great Medha never errs. Alright, last one. Yes. Oh. Okay. What deal did Mortimer make with your father? Refresh my memory. All I know is caravans from Andaron arrived outside our castle gates. They were filled with prisoners. What does Mortimer gain from doing this? Money, power, or influence, I bet. Perhaps even a military alliance. Corpses are a valuable commodity in Styxia, more so than gold. That's really weird to think about, but I kind of like that. And the prisoners that already arrived, is there a chance for us to save them? I'm afraid not. My father would waste no time in turning them into his servants. Dang it. However, there might still be time to save the people headed for Styxia, if we do not tarry too long here.
Do we get Thea running this run? I don't think we're using Thea.
I don't think we are. Yes. So that was Tell Me About Styxia, right?
Yep.
Okay. I want to know more about your father. Tell me about the king of Styxia. My father is King Kangax, the fourth. He has lived for over 60 years. He was only a child when his father, the last king, was murdered. For a second, I thought Ahmed was going to fourth wall break when I read that dialogue. It feels like he would be the character to do it. Either him or, who's the noble that we keep running into?
Ferdinand?
Yeah, it could be Ferdinand, too. Kangax fought against King Cathus in the Second Great Styxian War. I had Discord notifications. I just saw that you sent me the map. We'll look at that right before we end too.
Okay.
I'm sure you've heard all about that. Didn't go so well for your people. I would not say my father is loved, but he is respected and feared. 60 years, eh? I suppose he does not have long left. Is that why you're going behind his back? My father could live for quite a few more years. How long do your people and the caravans have left? I don't really believe you would take such a big risk to help my people. I consider helping them a bonus. Bonus to what? That skeleton who claimed to be your cohort, who is he? His name is Ahmed. He was my best friend and my mentor. My father assigned him to me when I was but a young boy. Ah, he was your Jagan, I see.
Yeah.
He was already old and dying by the time I reached adolescence. On his deathbed, he told me that he wanted to continue serving. So you had him raised? Our bond goes much deeper than that. He is not some pet skeleton to me. Our souls are magically united. He won't die as long as I don't either. And when you die, will you be raised? Oh no, I have no such intentions. Undeath holds little appeal for me. What is life without its sensations? I want to enjoy food and laughter, the warmth of a beautiful woman. And yet, your cohort will enjoy no such things. It was his choice. I feel no remorse. I agree. No, nor should you, if that was what he wanted. Clearly not.
Last one.
What do you want, Darius? I want the best future for my nation and its people. What do you mean by that? I want to open up Styxia to the world. I wish to invite more people to trade. I also want the people of Andaron to stop seeing us as a threat. Hard to do when we've been at war. Twice. You started both of them. Both times when your kings attempted to raise themselves into undeath. You foolishly forced our hands. Why? Who cares? We forced your hand. We did not conform to your standards, so you attacked us. When a monster sits upon the throne of an empire, good men have to act. Like, kinda, but like if they retain who they are, who cares?
This is the one conversation I wrote, so I find it funny that you're once again predicting the text as it comes up.
The Lightbringers could not tolerate such an abomination existing. Imagine forcing your beliefs on other people and calling yourself righteous. Those light supremacists got what they deserve when Thorgrim beheaded Caithus. The world will be better off without their poisonous, self-righteous morality complex. The Lightbringers saved Aurora from the demons and terrors. No, they saved the Northerners. Styxia was doing just fine. We never requested their help, as we found it unnecessary. Darius is a civilization player. Well, on the topic of necromancers, are the Draco skeletons undead Manicheets or terrors?
They're probably terrors, I'd say.
I would probably agree. I'll bet you don't even know Aurora's original moniker. The name the common folk used before the Lightbringers came. My mother raised me to be a scholar. I know of the old name, Yggdrasil. Frankly, it was an idiotic consonant name for that deserved to be changed.
So was the original name Mangs had for the continent before I joined the team, Yggdrasil, because it was more of a meme hack, I think, at that point.
Yeah, I was about to say, that definitely sounds like it. Some still live that respect the old ways. We never had a chance to vote on that name. Joseph's children stole the decision from us. Well, admittedly, I wasn't aware of that fact. Few are. So I just end and we're good?
Nope, talk.
Oh, right. I've decided. Did I do what are you scheming? Is that what it was?
Yeah, you did. That was the last one, yeah.
I'll go with you to the border. Show me these slave caravans. This had better not be a trick. No tricks, I assure you. Only the naked truth. I promise you it will be an enlightening journey. I don't doubt it. I like, too, kind of what he's getting at. Like, there's definitely that, like, other cultures don't have the same morality as us. We definitely should roll in there and make sure they do. And it's like, but it's their choice to live that way. And it's like, but what about the people born into it? They didn't choose that. And I'm like, well, they say the same view. Would be weird for them to roll in with tanks now, wouldn't it?
Sure. Yep, it's imperialism, basically. The Lightbringers are imperialists. Because they also steamrolled over Aurora and saved the people from the terrors, which is good. Mm-hmm. But then they imposed their rules, laws, and regulations upon those people.
Yeah. I've made my decision, Tindaris. I'm going with the prince. I want to see for myself if these slave caravans truly exist. Good idea. I'll come with you. Don't you have your hands full with rebuilding your country? My diplomats and ambassadors have already been sent out. My soldiers have been given their tasks. For now, it's a waiting game. I'd much rather go with you. Yeah, I would have liked if he said, like, I am not an architect. Sounds like we'll have fun. Do you think it's a good idea for you to leave the country? Especially right after you just conquered it in a bloody war? This might be one of the few chances I will get to leave. I will spend the better part of my life on this throne. I would like to have some adventures while I still can. When you put it like that, long lives sound annoying. Very well, it's not my place to defy a king. Quiet, you. I said nothing. Is everyone ready to leave, then? We have a long journey ahead. Though I look forward to getting to know you all on the road. Same here, especially you, Helga. I want to know all your dark secrets. Jaka, do you think dragons can survive being frozen solid? I have always wondered. We should be able to reach the border in under a week if there are no delays. Yeah, foreshadowing. Come, I shall show you all the best routes. Onwards, my friends, to Styxia.
And thus begins the Styxia arc.
Which we will do next time.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired too, because I only got 7 hours of sleep, and it wasn't very good sleep because I was in so much pain from my feet. So, I was tossing and turning most of the night.
I see. Before we end, I will show the map that Clock made.
That's good. I don't know how much of it you'll be able to fit on the screen. We'll see.
I'll make it work. I need to save them real quick, though. Let me see here. Where do I want to put these? I'll put them here.
I sent you the original map that we used for the in-game map, and then I sent you my complete overhaul.
Okay, I'm saving both, so I'll show both. Which one's which?
Well, the one that's really vibrantly colored is mine, with like darker shades of green and everything.
I mean, these both
and they're really
pretty vibrant.
I mean, I told you on Discord, right? I sent I said one of them's the original. Oh. The first one's the original.
Oh, yeah, I see. Now I'm looking at it. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay. Yep, so we're going to add the original first. I have to, like, add it as a source and stuff. I don't know how Mangs does stuff so fast, like, for meme review and stuff.
That Clock could use some ASMR.
Why did it not? What? Did it not save? So this is your version, yeah?
Maybe.
It is huge.
It is gigantic, yeah, and you can zoom way in on it too. I love looking at the very top left tippy corner of the map.
I'm working on it. I don't have that big of a preview, so like I can only scale it down a little at a time. Here we go. We're getting there. And there's... Oh my gosh, it's so big.
That's just Hornheim. It's the smallest. That's the smallest part of the map. I wouldn't go too much smaller because then you won't be able to read location names and stuff.
All right.
You can just pan the map around on the screen.
Yeah, there we go. I'll even get a little bigger. So this is the one you made.
Yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of POI points of interest that I've added. I redid huge amounts of topography. Redid huge amounts of topography in the Andaron area, especially. Added lots of lava rivers for Timayet. And I'm looking at what you're doing on the stream, so there's a little bit of a delay there, obviously.
Yeah. I'm just kind of showing it all
off. There were big changes to Hornheim. So in the original version of Hornheim, there was like mountain ranges separating Scotty and Berserk.
but I changed it so that way they're kind of they're only like one mountain range apart from each other, and they're kind of nearby. They're neighbors,
Mhm.
whereas Clan Icebreaker is much further away.
I see.
Right now on the stream, we're looking at Timayet. Timayet, I added a lot of lava rivers and stuff.
Oh, I panned Hornheim when you were talking about it.
Oh, okay.
So I'll get a tomato if you want to talk about tomato.
Sure. So, I'm actually going to pop it out on my side so that way I can talk about it as I look at it. So with Timayet, one of the changes I'm going to be making in my remake, you'll notice we only have Ilrodan and we have Tendaris as the two dragon princes.
Mhm.
I am changing it so there are several of them. And each of the brothers that are the main princes controls one of the fortresses. So you've got Fortress Tindral, you've got Eridan, you've got Volthar, and these other ones. These won't all play a part in the story or anything. A lot of these are just there for sequels and prequels and other things. But the idea is you had lots of points of interest, so if you ever need to, you have plenty of room to expand or to reference other things in the game and mention them later on or have cutscenes at that location, and you know vaguely what they'll look like. So that's what that's about. You'll also notice that there are stars on the map that some of them say like chapter 20 and chapter 21. These are where the locations probably take place in vanilla Andaron Saga. If you pan over to, let's say, the kind of western middle side of Andaron.
I will do that momentarily. I just got the other map up. Okay. You said western?
Yeah, you can see the chapter 14 star.
Can
It's between Castle Saffron and Castle Rose.
Let me open this in a way that lets me view it bigger, because right now in my preview it's very, very small for me.
It is smack in the middle of the screen right now. Oh, well, I don't know if there's any delay there, so.
Oh, I see it, yeah.
So that's I carefully
like
went through.
here.
I recontextualized every chapter in the game to appear on the map properly. There is one exception. I've changed the location of Holtmeyer, and I've changed the location of what's it called? North Haven. So those are along the northern coast of Andaron.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually see Holtmeyer. It's got the big fishing port sign.
Yeah, it's up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I swapped those locations because in the story you go from Silvermist. I'm going to be changing it so that way you go to Holtmeyer before you enter Centaur Forest.
Okay.
So you go to Holtmeyer, and in my remake, I'm going to make it so that way Jaka has a chance to pick up his little sister from Holtmeyer, and you can have the Jesse and Aubrey talk as early as chapter 2. So you get to meet her much earlier.
I also think you should give a better name to Centaur Forest.
Oh, it's not actually. It's called Angvix Forest.
Okay.
It was called Centaur Forest, but like there are some instances of it not being edited inside the ROM for some reason. So I think Mang's just like didn't import the correct name.
It makes sense for like the humans to call it that
because they're ignorant.
Yeah, or just don't care.
Yeah. No, I got you there. But yeah, it is called Angvix Forest. There are also a lot of little other things I've added. So if you look at like, there's these little red houses. They're not houses, but basically those are bandit camps. Like you'll see there's one just a little bit above Holtmeyer. There's one to the left of Castle Orion. Speaking of which, I've renamed the vast majority of the houses.
Oh, okay.
So let me see if I can find... one sec.
I see Castle Steel still.
Yep. So here, I will send you this. So, Lightbringer... They are now called House Borealis.
Do you want me to pop this up on screen?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me save it real quick. Real quick, I'll show the original map.
Sounds like a good idea.
My goodness, is also massive.
Well, they're the exact same resolution, so they're both huge.
Oh, I see. When the physical edition comes out and stuff, this would be a cool thing to print out, you know.
I'd love to put these maps on my wall. That'd be sick.
Yeah, it would.
I'd probably go like down to Staples or something and have them printed out as a beautiful poster.
So yeah, for chat, you guys can really see the difference here with like there's the original, updated, original.
I actually think with OBS, there's
Updated.
actually a button you can push to auto size something to the screen. I don't remember what it is. It's like Control O or something.
I'm not on OBS though.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, you can see there's a big level of detail difference too. Like there's an entire swath of the map that's just like green to the west side of Andaron, right below Castle Malthrak.
Real quick. All right,
Huge
here's the
changes.
new titles.
Okay.
Let me make that bigger. You didn't make that as big as the map. There we go.
Let's have a look. See. There it is. Okay. So, the Darkblade, he asks, what are those named obelisks, rocks in the left area of Styxia's desert? So, let me just check real quick. That's the Tomb of Horrors. The big obelisk is the Tomb of Horrors.
Oh, that's Magnus' favorite chapter.
Yep. And then there's another obelisk up to the very top right of Andaron. It's called Tomb of the Ancient Ones. I'm putting locations of interest there that sound cool and that could be used in like future stuff, but they don't have any immediate purpose at once. I've also added a lot of centaur camps, so that way centaurs are more pervasive and prevalent throughout the thing. But anyway, let's talk about the new house names. So I spent a lot of time talking to people on the Andaron Saga Discord. I took a lot of votes and I had a lot of options volunteered.
Mm-hmm.
So House Borealis replaces House Lightbringer, but Lightbringer and Nightbringer are titles that individual people can receive.
I see.
So Cathus is a Lightbringer, his daughter's a Lightbringer, but Albert is a Nightbringer. So it's kind of like, they fulfill different functions. But Borealis is the house title. There's a few reasons for that. One of them is I hate writing really long house names because it's kind of hard to fit them into sentences with like formatting and stuff.
Yeah.
So Lightbringer is extremely long. Borealis is a bit shorter, and you'll notice all of the names are shorter now. There's only a few I didn't change, like Claymore, Rose, and etc. But we had Darkholm. I've never liked Darkholm because it's like it's the home of the people who wield dark magic. It's Darkholm. So I made it Umbra. There were a few others. There was like House Void and some other ones, but Umbra seemed the best one. And I'm gonna be changing it so that way the Umbra tome that you get later on in the game is like House Darkholm. It was made by them or something. It's like one of their special tomes.
See, I hear you, but I'm also like that's also true to life and how we name things.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
now, House Ring.
People talk about like back in the day. It's like, oh, his name is Smith. What is his profession? He's
a blacksmith.
Smith.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I get what you're saying. It's also kind of boring. Like Tolkien can name things simple and they sound great. And J.R. Tolkien. J.K. Rowling can too, but I felt like the names were way too ham-fisted. Like Windlance, we use wind and lances. Ashburn, we burn things to ashes.
See,
Spear Garden,
here's my thought though, and it's probably because I'm used to it. I don't mind. I think it's fine. Like, but I'm also just used to it. Like, it was presented this way to me, so I don't know anything else.
I think it'll be better though, because the names are also a lot more representative of them. One big change, so there's two big changes. So instead of Spear Garden, we've made them House Saffron.
Okay.
And you'll notice a saffron is a type of flower.
Yes.
And you'll also notice on the map, saffron and rose are right next to each other. They are allied houses. You have to go to my new map.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
You just pan upward a little bit.
To here.
It's right around the chapter 14 thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, should be showing then.
Okay. So, Castle Rose is I'm waiting for it to pan on my end because I'm watching with the stream delay. There it is. Okay, so Castle Rose and Castle Saffron. They're like two different types of flowers. One is purple, one is red. Rose has a lot of symbolism in the story, so I knew I had to make sure I kept Rose the same no matter what. Because Rose is emblematic of beauty, and it's also emblematic of like, he has the spear, the rose thorn, that like literally makes rose petals explode when he procs his skill. It's pretty awesome. And then you've got steel. Steel is very like it's used a lot in the story. It has a lot of physical representation. Like you have to be clad in steel. You have to be strong as steel.
Hmm.
So it felt like there had to be a lot of representation for the name there. But the other ones didn't really feel like they had a lot of representation. I held back for a long time on renaming House Lightbringer because it just didn't feel right. I wanted to keep Lightbringer integrated somehow. That's why I kept it a title.
I
But
kind
then
of agree that it doesn't feel right to rename it.
yeah, I like House Lightbringer as a name. I don't dislike it. But if every other house, for the most part, is getting a rename, there's a really good reason why I named it House Borealis, and that's because I've swapped the name of the continent and the name of the country. The
Hmm.
continent is now Andaron, which is what I argued with Mangs it should have been for a long time, but he'd already like made videos about it at that point. Be too confusing, the branding. So the continent is named Andaron, and the country is named Aurora. So it's Aurora and Borealis. So that's the reason. So it's more symbolical at that point.
I mean, like,
Um,
barely, though. Because to me, like, if you're gonna name it something like Aurora and Borealis, I'm like, that's about as on the nose as Lightbringer.
that's not about being on the nose. The other reason is that Borealis is shorter, and I'm really
Yeah,
in favor of shorter names.
I don't know.
How
You and I might just disagree on this one. I think I prefer the old names.
Yeah. We also have House Orion instead of Ring. I tried to keep Ring for the longest time, but I just couldn't. I was having trouble coming up with like good concepts for Ring, like as a house. Like, what does Ring represent? The best that we came up with is that archers can use archer rings, which I didn't find out about until I decided on Orion. But we also considered House Cupid and House Orion because these are the names of angels, or I mean, not angels. Uh, Famous fictional people who use bows.
Hmm.
Like what kind of bow thing can we go for? And House Orion's really nice because you've also got Orion's belt. So you've
Yes.
got like, it fits with what the Orion's bolt rather. So it fits with what the house can use. So House Orion ring is kind of like it's fine. It's whatever. I'm not like super sold on it.
Hmm.
House Tauros was a really big one because one of the things I don't like, you've got Ashburn, you've got Flameguard, and then you've got Timaeus. That's three different fire related houses. So I was like, no, we need Tauros to better represent the fact that they are related to centaurs. So they're descended from centaurs. So this needs to be a part of their name.
Have I met them
Um,
yet?
what's that?
I don't think I've met them yet, have I?
Ashburn. That's Ariel's house.
Oh, yeah, right, okay.
And also, one thing is worth mentioning: they're called House Ashburn, but they don't really use fire at all. Like, there's nothing really related. They mostly just use martial weapons. So instead, I'm making them a house of brutish forest warriors that live. If you pan on the map, you'll actually see they're right below Malthrak. So they're very close to Malthrak and not far from Steel. So these three are kind of like united in the post Cathus' dead world. Their new position also better explains how they're able to reinforce Malthrak in the end game, in the mid game when you're attacking Malthrak.
Okay.
Then we've got okay now Gale, House Gale. There were a lot of names suggested, and all of them were kind of mid. Like we needed something. I did want to go with something windy, kind of nice if we could integrate lances. I ended up just going with Gale because I considered House Hurricane. I considered House Tempest. Maelstrom, some other ones. Gale was fairly simple. I was like, you know what? Yeah, sure, Gale. Windlance, I just hate Windlance as a name. It's terrible. I hate it. I don't care what anyone says. It's just awful. It had to change. So we stuck with Gale.
I like
Ember
it
is
more than Gale.
you like Windlance more than Gale? You have no
I
taste.
I'm being serious in that, like, I think I prefer all of the old names more.
Oh my god. And then you have House Ember. This is the one I like the least. The other option was just name it House Flames or House Fire or something. Flame Guard actually isn't a terrible name because they use fire and they like guard the pass, so
Yeah,
it's not the worst.
like they're a little bit on the nose, but like to me that's just kind of like what it is. Like they're all kind of on the nose like that, and like I don't know. I think that's okay. Like I think that just kind of fits with like the tone of what Andaron Saga kind of goes for.
Yeah, but the problem is there's two different naming conventions that are used in Andaron Saga, and I don't like that. You've got names like Rose that are simple, direct, and that aren't like House, we wield the spear. You know, like imagine if they were like instead of Spear Garden and Rose, it was like Spear Garden and Spear House or something. Like you know, it'd be kind of clunky. So
Yeah,
Rose and Ring, those two really stood out, and Steel too. Those three really stood out from all the others. So it was either like rename those three, which also, by the way, those three have like the best names in terms of like resonating with what the house does, or we rename all the other ones with like the really long convoluted names. So I was like, I'd rather have shorter names on these other houses anyway.
I think it's fine to have multiple naming conventions for things that are like, because it's like they're different. They're very different, like families and stuff, you know. And it's like, well, they would have come up with their name, so like it makes sense that they would all be really different, and
Mhm.
you know,
Oh, there is another thing too. So I wanted to make sure that the yeah, that is a good twist, Darkblade. So another thing I wanted to make sure about was that each house now has an affinity icon that definitively represents what they are.
I
This
like
was not the
that
case before.
because
This was not the case before. Ring just didn't have like an icon or anything, and trying to make a ring icon just kind of looked like crap. We tried it, so we went with
yeah,
Orion because then we can use like an arrow for the Orion's bolt.
yeah, I like the icons because it kind of is like a family crest almost.
Hmm.
Like I
You'll
like
also
that.
notice there are commoner ones now, so people like not Jesse,
Jaka.
Like Coulter, Jaka, yeah, they can all have their own commoner icons now.
Okay.
So there will be two magically attuned ones and then two physically attuned. We were actually going to use the thunder icon for Rose because they use thunder, but
You
we
gotta
ended up
use the
making a Rose
rose.
icon.
Yeah.
Yeah, we ended up using a Rose for it, and then that worked great with Saffron, which we also renamed.
Hmm.
So yeah, like obviously it's not perfect. Like I agree that the names probably could be a little bit better, but unless someone suggests something better, I don't want to use the old names because the old names are just clunky
I don't know.
and they're
I
long and
like
they're
I said,
annoying to write.
this is where you and I's writers are just different. I
Yeah.
like the old names.
Well, that's all I have to say on that matter. Oh, my back. Other than that, if you guys want, if the readers want, or the viewers rather, they can also go on the Andaron Saga main Discord. I've posted the map inside the Clock Addition chat, and you could probably post it on your Discord too.
Yeah, yeah, totally. Um, thank you again for like the behind the scenes look. Like this is all really interesting to learn about, and like the why. Um, the why for like everything is one of my favorite things about playing this. Like I literally feel like I'm playing the director's guide. Or like with director's commentary. It's really, really cool. And I've never gotten to play a game this way, and I'm just like, yeah, this is really special. I really, really like this.
It's cool because you get to kind of hear like the thought process that went on for certain creative decisions. And the thing about a creative decision is there's never a perfect creative decision. It's
Yeah.
all very subjective. There are bad creative decisions. You can do really stupid things that ruin the game, but when it comes to like good decisions, there are often multiple good decisions
Mm-hmm.
where you have to pick like the best one, and then you feel like you missed out without doing the second one. And my problem is, as an author, I often try to do all of the good ones at the same time, which makes my writing very convoluted.
Well, it
Wouldn't it
also
wouldn't it wouldn't it be cool if this or that and this? Ooh.
it also is really interesting. That like even if there's times that I'm like, I wouldn't have done that way. There's times that you go, well, we didn't either. But then like technical limitations or things like that, it's like, oh,
Mhm.
okay, well, yeah.
Yeah,
Because it's
just not
like,
enough flags.
yeah, it's like me saying like, I really wish you could have had different mannequin art or something, and you're like, no idea how many moving parts that is. It's like, okay, noted.
It's not easy to find a really good battle spriter. We got Nameless at the very end, and Nameless did sprite Tendaris's battle sprite, but um Manakets themselves, like if you wanted to make like a whole new Manakete or dragon or something like that, it wouldn't be very easy. And
Hmm.
after the game came out, or after the game had been in development a long time, L95 on Fire Emblem Universe, she actually made some really cool dragon art that actually looks pretty sick
Ooh.
that you could use as like battle animations and everything, but it's not exactly a Manakete. It doesn't have the transformation scene, so you'd have to add that in, and that's a whole layer of complication. So
Here's a
we didn't have
question:
time to do that. What's
Do
up?
you, do you Or could you just say, like, these guys take dragon form at the beginning of a battle?
I mean, probably. We probably could do that, but it feels a little janky because, you know, part of the fun of Manikeets is watching them do their little rawr thing as they, like, power up.
Yeah. Yeah, but especially for, like, princes, like, I could believe that they go into battle, like, transformed and stay that way.
Could be, yeah. Oh, there's one thing I didn't mention about my new map, and I know you probably overlooked it. So if you look at Hornheim with my new map, did you notice that? I'll wait for you to pull it up.
Hornheim. Okay, we're in Hornheim.
Okay. At the top right of Hornheim, did you notice that there's a whole new section there now? A whole new section? Yeah. There's like a second continent connected by a shitty bridge. So, you know, I worked with what I had with the map tool, but basically there's like a bridge that connects it.
Yeah, Clan Frostfall and Gullholt and Hrimston.
Adamston.
I don't even know how to say that southern one. Hrimhafner.
Hrimhafnar, yeah. Hrimhafnar. It's I actually used Chat GPT for some of these, and then some of them I asked Mangs, like, does this sound like absolutely retarded? Because he's Norwegian. He's like, that one sounds fine. That one sounds like shit. You know? So
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. That, like, I'm like, oh, it sounds like, you know, Norse to me or something. But then when you run it by, like, a native speaker who's like, what are you doing?
oh, there's another cool thing. So check this out. Right above Iceflow, the Scotty capital, you'll see the Mistwalker Mountains. And Bjarki, remember, he killed the Mistwalkers. So he crosses the mountains canonically to where you can see the Mistwalker Deadlands. That used to be where the clan Mistwalker lived. And he killed them all. He wiped out their entire clan.
Oh, I see.
So if you think about that.
Around here.
Yeah. I don't actually see your mouse moving on the screen. So.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot you guys can't see that. It's right below the second H in Hornheim.
Yep. So yeah, that's the Mistwalker Deadlands. I added lots of little stuff like that. So if you really pan over this map and you pay attention to the canon that's in Andaron Saga, there's lots of new stuff that isn't in Andaron Saga.
The Fishers of Men.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some cool names in here. I can't wait to make use of them.
Yeah, and I see that Clan Frostfall over here. It's like churches.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like. So that's interesting. I also want to know, like, about these, like, you know,
Look, is it the two isles, the Kraken Raider base and the Cursed Isle of Sirens? Is that what you're looking at?
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting you guys can't see my thing. Yeah, the Cursed Isle of Sirens, but specifically like the teeny tiny landmasses to the right, like with the palm trees.
Oh, those I just put in little. It seemed weird that the entire like gulf in between these two continents was empty, so I put in a couple things.
But I love stuff like that. That like there's probably just like a single guy that lives there or something. Like
just some dude who got shipwrecked like 10 years ago. He's like, well, I eating up my coconuts now.
Kind of the same down here. Like at the very bottom of the map, there's just all these little land masses. Like
yeah,
south of Styxia.
I actually have some ideas for the Kraken Raider base and the Cursed Isle of Sirens. I like to think of it like these are two land masses that the North and the South would like to fight over, but Hornheim won the battle. They've taken over the Kraken Raider base, and that's how they actually use that. You'll notice, so there's a town called Stillwater on the northwestern-ish coast of Andaron. Stillwater. That is where Runa comes from.
Okay.
In the story.
Yeah, I see.
So that's chapter. What is that? That's chapter 2, I do believe. Yeah, that's chapter 2. So you can imagine the Kraken Raiders launched an attack on Stillwater from that base. Also, it's right below the Icebreaker, so maybe the Icebreakers launched an attack. So I put a lot of work into contextualizing where things are and where things will happen in the story, like from a mapping point.
This is also a little conspicuous, this little landmass above the A for Andaron.
One sec, I gotta...
To the left of Lumina Shrine.
The left of Lumina Shrine. There's the Lunaris Shrine. Lumina Shrine. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, the landmass over to the left. So that was originally the... Well, you can look at the original map. On the original map, that has a name. It's like the Steel Island or something.
Oh, okay.
Let me pull it up. Yeah, Steel Island. So it's apparently because originally House Steel was right beside, like it was to the left of these Malthrak Mountains,
Mm-hmm.
right where the Valoran mining and fishing areas. That's where Clan Steel was. You'll notice
I see.
I've moved Ferriton, which is what it's called now, over to a different location.
I see. Hmm. Very, very
Another
interesting.
interesting. So another thing that you'll notice in like all the really heavily densely wooded lands, there are little tents.
Mm-hmm.
Those are
I,
for centaurs.
I saw that.
You get the forest fellers, you got the children of Sol, you've got Ashem's devotees, all sorts of cool stuff. The children of Sol are also right beneath the Solanum shrine, so you can imagine that these are the descendants that protect that shrine specifically.
Did you watch the show Raised by Wolves at all? I'm curious.
I did not.
Oh, their god is called Soul, and they so I think some of them even call themselves the Children of Soul. So I was like, "Ooh, is that a reference?"
I think it's a pretty common name because I've heard Children of Sol from a few other places before.
Oh yeah, yeah. But that is a show I wholeheartedly endorse. If you guys have not watched it, it did get canceled. I'm hoping it gets picked back up. But watch Raised by Wolves. It's really, really good.
Okay. So the Infernal Wall Castle Ember, where Flameguard is, you'll notice it's been moved down a bit. However, I wanted to actually direct your attention to a little bit above north and to the east of that. You'll see a centaur thing called the Woad Raiders. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Woad Raider. What is that? What is a Woad Raider? Let's see if anyone gets what that is.
Where? Okay, there it is. I'm like trying to make sure. Okay, yeah, it's on the map. It's on screen right now. I can try to zoom in a little bit more to help you guys.
Come on, chat. Don't fail me. What's a Woad Raider? Come on. You guys have got to know.
I know, like, I've heard the word woad before, I think from a Yu-Gi-Oh thing.
Okay, I'll tell you. Woad Raiders are a unit in Age of Empires 2.
Ah.
Yeah. Oh, I needed a name for like a raiding band. I was like, oh, hey, Woad Raider just popped into my head. Anyway, stupid references.
Darkblade asks, are all the centaurs related to Ashburn, or are there other regalia of the centaurs?
I think it's more... No. So, you're thinking of it the wrong way. The leader of Ashburn was a centaur. So it's more that Castle Tauros or Ashburn descends from centaurs. Not that centaurs descend from them. So in other words, one of the most powerful centaurs was knighted by the Lightbringers to become leader of a thing. And then over time, it kind of diluted and it became more of a human-controlled house. But they are originally descend from centaurs.
I see.
Let's not talk about centaur sex, though. We don't want to know how that works.
I was not going to ask.
Get that horse sussy.
Also, just to make sure, Jasser at one point asked, is this applicable on a GBA ROM? He is rebuilding all of this in Lex Talionis, which is like a engine outside of the GBA engine.
Yeah, so it won't run on GBA. If you have like a Steam Deck, you'd be able to play it on that. Or if you have maybe even a mobile phone, it depends. There may be a way to get it like playing on Android or iOS, but I can't promise that.
Probably more likely Android.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think I'm about ready to leave and go take a nap.
All right. I am going to go have lunch and rest the voice. Let me pull us back.
Please do.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. I was definitely nervous coming back after a long break because of it didn't feel like a break. I've been doing just so much stressful stuff every week, but I really appreciate you guys coming back and continuing watching the playthrough. I'm still really excited about the game and really excited to finish it, see how it ends. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe, comment, all that. Somebody subscribed while we were playing, and I actually think I forgot to thank them. So I'm trying to scroll down ever so slightly to see that. Lunatic Screamer subscribed. Thank you so much for doing that.
Hey, I know him.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I know Lunatic Screamer.
Cool. Oh, one more thing I wanted to say that was, I thought, cool about the map as well is I like that you added, like, water damage.
Water damage? Oh, you mean like to the... Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it looks like a real parchment. Like, I like that a lot.
That's actually something that just comes default with Wonder Draft, which is pretty cool.
I love it. But yeah, that's going to do it for us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. You guys are the absolute best. Thank you for all the donations today, and I will see you next time. I don't know how next week is going to work. Next week is Thanksgiving for us Americans. I don't know what I'm doing yet, so I might be around that weekend. I might not. I'm not sure, but I'll post in the Discord. So join my Discord to stay updated. I'll see you next time. Oh, and thank you again, Clock, for coming on.
Yep. See ya.
Bye.